I don't want to hear it. I just started like a minute ago, just trying to get everything going. And that was already queued up, Morgan. Hey, Terry. How you doing? I don't even have my preview up, and I started sharing the elevator music. Ah, darn it! I was putting the wrong stuff up. There we go. Let me make sure I've got all this set. Okay, I've got the right link at least up now. Good grief. This isn't 70s music. I can put the 70s music on. I can do that. I'm pretty sure I've got... Oh, wait, no, that stuff's copyrighted. That stuff's copyrighted. Okay, I'm already 2 past. Let's get this thing started. I'll turn this off. You can... Hold on. As soon as I figure out what screen I'm on. Okay, there we go. You guys can still hear me, right? Yeah, okay, I got the right mic. Hold on. I had like 2 mics on at the same time. Okay, hey, Dustin, glad you can make it. Okay, so let me turn... Oh, almost turned the stream off. That would have been fun. Turn that off, and you can see my finger. Woohoo! Hey, okay, we're officially started. A little late because I woke up late. I'm blaming a certain alarm clock. Did I see your new knife? Yeah, I think I saw it. I think I did. Hold on a second. I'm still trying to get everything set up. I think we're about good. Oh, okay. I see which one. Talking about the Trump one. Justin Case, hey, how you doing? I was wondering if that might have been you. Yes, an alarm clock. Stupid thing. Now, I ran late because playing games last night. Didn't get to bed till like literally before 5. And there's a clock that we have sitting on our TV. And the stupid thing, I had to change the time on it because something happened. And some odd reason the alarm clock had turned on. I hadn't realized it. And I woke up like at 7 a.m. I was like, you got to be kidding me. And then trying to figure out how to turn that, I almost chucked it out the window. I was like this close to chucking it out the window. Okay, so let me have a sip of coffee and then we'll get started. Now, today is going to be a different one and I don't know how long this one's going to run. Because normally in my live, I have some packages to open. I actually do not have any packages to open because I had a bunch of stuff delayed that are not coming till next week. And because of that, next week's live, I don't know if I'm going to... Some of them I'm going to open because I want to do videos on them, but more than likely, we'll have a lot of new knives to go through. So what I'm doing today is I'm going through all the knives that I've opened already because I was doing videos on them. Well, might be doing some sharpening. I don't know. Because to be quite honest, I don't even know if I have anything to sharpen at the moment. But also take a little closer look at what I've currently got in my collection, like favorite knives, favorite budget knives, things like that. And I figure we can fill the time with that. Also, if you have any questions on knives that I have, my collection itself, or we can just share knowledge. Again, I'm always learning every day, learning something new. So I think that's what we're going to do. No, you'll see, Morgan. So what I'm going to start off with are the knives that I did open. And some of them have actually already been added to the collection. So these are the new knives for this week. We're going to start off with Case. Now, as I've said before, one thing about these particular knives is this is a baby dock, and I've showed these last week. This is from Chasing Blades. Probably my favorite seller and whatnot. I've mentioned that before as well. But I've been picking quite a few of these baby docs up, and I've explained what these are already. We'll do it again, a little refresher though. This is a baby doc. It's a doctor's knife. It's a small version of a doctor's knife. This particular one happens to be an amber bone peach seed jig baby doc, stainless steel, and absolutely beautiful knives. no bidding tonight. no bidding today. This is not whatnot. But doctor's knife generally has a pen blade, and then sometimes they'll have two knives, sometimes they'll just have the blade. Your typical doctor's knife will also have a spatula, and you can see I've actually oiled this guy up or cleaned this one already. Let's wipe some of that stuff off. And this is a good example of your typical doctor's knife with a pen knife and a spatula. And these were used, they called them doctor's knives because they're clean, easy to put in a pocket, like a shirt pocket. Typically, a doctor could use this knife in an emergency, like out and about, as an emergency scalpel. The spatula portion, which is not sharp, was used for mixing medicines, counting pills, tongue depressor, whatever you might want to use a spatula like this for, mixing things, whatever, what have you. But I don't know why these became, I don't know if that was the specific purpose for these knives or they became adopted by doctors. I'm guessing because of the spatula, these were purposefully made for that particular purpose. Purposely made, purpose. Okay, I'm going to stop using that word. I have a feeling these were made on purpose for that. Okay, I'm not helping. Anyway, I think these were made specifically for doctors because of the spatula. I don't know the exact history on these. But the reason why I've been snapping a lot of these up is because at the end of this year, this particular pattern, these doctor's knives, are going to go away. Their Case is doing what they say is they're putting these in the vault. And as of 2025, they are no longer going to be making these. Or as of the end of 2025, they're no longer going to be making these. Sometimes that generally means, or sometimes that generally, it doesn't work either. Generally, that means there's a good chance that they're going to bring out a new pattern, or a pattern that was previously retired into the vault might be coming back out. I have no idea what that's going to be or if that's going to be the case. Pun intended. But I've been snapping these up because, first of all, they have been a favorite pattern of mine. And I've never owned doctors from Case up until like just recently when I started snapping these up. And, you won't be able to get them again. I'm kind of hoping they're putting these in the vault for this year because they're going to bring a full-size doctor out. If they bring full-size doctors out, I'm going to be ecstatic. Because I have a few full-size ones from other companies like Rough Rider. I think I have a Queen. I have Frost cutlery ones. Like I said, I really like these doctor's knives. The baby docs I never got because I thought they were kind of small, but now that I picked my first one up a little while ago, I took a shine to them because I didn't expect the baby docs to be so nice. Anyway, that's the Case baby doc. Grab them while you can, because at the end of this year, they are more than likely going to disappear. Not completely, obviously. I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people that have and keep stocks of them, probably for resale. But a lot of sellers will probably jump the price on these because they know that these won't be available as of 2026. So I say get them while you can, while they're still at a good price. And when I say good price, I think these range from how much was this one? I have no idea. I can't remember how much I paid. I've seen them going from anywhere from $60 to over $100, depending on the type of material. To be quite honest, I can't remember on this one. I'll have to take a look. Okay, other knives that I got this week. These I don't have the boxes because I've taken them out. I've been using them. I have done videos on these knives as well. Really excited for these. I might have, let's see. If you've been watching the videos, you've seen this one before. This is probably, oh yeah, I hope they bring out a full-size one too, Dustin. I'm really hoping they do. This is from Migaron Knives. Now, I only have ever had one other Migaron knife, and that was the Mural. And I thought it was great because the Mural, where's the Mural, was a fantastic knife. Wait, over here. There it is. And it was very low cost for a titanium scale. This is the Mural. And it's a fantastic blade, thumb hole, crossbar lock, but rarely do I ever see something sub, I think this was even under $80, even less than that. I can't remember the cost, but it was extremely inexpensive, titanium scales, and a pretty good steel. I'm not doing too well today on thumb flicking, or I mean reverse flicking. This one is 14C 28N steel, so probably my favorite steel on a knife that's sub 100 with titanium scales. It's an amazing knife. I've had this one for a while, but that's for a while. That's the only Migaron I had. And then somebody told me about this. This is the Norsa, and this is another new one I got this week. Crossbar lock as well. Nice secure lock. This one has D2 steel, I believe. It doesn't have any markings on the blade. I'd like to say it's D2 steel. Let me check. I don't want to get any information wrong. Migaron Norsa. I actually got this one on Amazon. And unfortunately, this might have been the last one that was on Amazon because I don't see it available anymore. I'm gonna have to go to their website. Hey, Waylon, how you doing? Yeah, it's usually around $50 to $100 depending on the scales, but I've never seen a titanium knife for under $100, unless it's like a titanium coating, which isn't really much. But like full-on titanium scales for under $100, yeah, that's kind of crazy. Okay, so the Norsa. Oh no, or did I type it wrong? Okay, there we go. I've got it. They have two different color variations. They have the gray, which I have. They have one with similar blade, except with black scales. And the scales on this are aluminum with a gray PVD coating. The knife steel is D2, also with a gray PVD. And I've been carrying this around a little bit, and it's a very fast, very smooth knife, very fidgety knife. Dual thumb studs, crossbar lock. You have a reversible pocket clip, which is inset and also very deep carry. Nicely centered when closed. But the thing that struck me about this one, and they did it again with this, like they did with a Migaron Mayoral. This knife is less than $30, $29.95 for this. Which, for the quality of the scales, the crossbar lock, the quality control, because it's been an amazingly quick and smooth knife. And one other thing of note, like I said, I've been carrying this around, okay? And I remember I took my girlfriend to a doctor's appointment, and I was waiting in the car, and then I had to go out and make a stop at the store. I had inadvertently tossed my keys, and if you've ever seen my keys are a mess. They're like a massive bunch of keys. And I tossed my keys in the same pocket that this knife was in. And I was walking about, got back into the car, I forgot how long later. Drove home, got this out of my pocket when I got home, and I had realized there were scratches all over the knife from my keys. Tell me what you see here now. Not one of those scratches was a permanent or deep scratch. And I'm telling you, I saw lines, like silvery lines all across the scales because of my keys, you know, throwing my keys in my pocket, pulling them back out, and forgetting that I even had this knife in my pocket. Well, this is my typical modern knife. You have your pocket clip. I don't put knives like this in a slip. I hooked them onto my pocket because that, you know, quick to retrieve, quick to put back. But if you haven't noticed, there's not a single mark on this knife. All I did was wipe the scratches away. So I don't know if they were. I don't know what happened. It was weird because I saw, like, again, this was a new knife and I was like, ah, shit. I scratched the crap out of it and just grabbed a cloth that I normally would, and I figured I'd just wipe what I can as best as I could, and they just all disappeared. So I don't know if it's the coating, what the deal was, but holy cow, it was probably the material of my keys rubbing off on the knife and not so much scratching the knife itself. But I was so I was really disappointed in myself for forgetting that I even had the knife in my pocket and doing what I thought I'd done and scratched the heck out of it. But it looks brand new, and same thing with the blade. I've used it to cut. Now, normally this is something you'd see from a DLC coated knife. This is a PVD. I'm not that familiar with coatings, although aside from the fact that I know DLC coatings tend to be probably some of the best, if not the best coating you can put on a blade, and they also tend to increase the cost of a knife. But I was really surprised by this one, especially because the cost for $30. Now, again, I don't see these on Amazon anymore. I did get mine from there. I don't know if any more are going to appear on Amazon, but you can get them on the website. I don't know if any other sellers have them either. I haven't really checked, but on Migaron's website, they're $29.95. We'll take a quick look. I mean, I've got time today. I'm going to take a quick look at Knife Center just in case. Nothing on Knife Center. Take a look at Blade HQ. Nothing on Blade HQ. I'm not seeing these anywhere other so far than Migaron's website. What do we have for White Mountain Knives? Okay, White Mountain Knives is out of stock. And they have a listing, it's just out of stock. Chicago Knife Works. Oh, wow. Get them from Chicago Knife Works. Yeah, White Mountain had them out of stock. I don't know about Azusa Blade Works. Chicago Knife Works has them on sale for $19.03, at least the listing that I'm looking at, for the Norsa crossbar lock in this same type of coating. $19.03. For $19, this is an insanely good knife. The ergonomics are great. The aluminum scales feel nice. A little, I could see if you had really sweaty hands, I could see them being a little slick. But the edges are well rounded, nice and smooth. So it's a very comfortable feeling knife. Got a little jimping on the back, a little dip in here to put your thumb down in. Generous sharpening choil. Again, crossbar lock. So it's ambidextrous, completely ambidextrous since the pocket clip can move. You've got the crossbar lock and dual thumb studs. I don't know how this one can be beat in terms of quality, materials, and cost. I would have normally given that title to something along the lines of, and I did a video on some of the best knives I've seen for under $30. I haven't put it up yet though. I probably would have given the title to a CJRB knife. Like the Pyrite Light is really inexpensive. The Civivi Mini Praxis I know is under $30, and the Mini Praxis, in my opinion, is probably the closest one to this in terms of quality and cost. But Chicago Knife Works, if you got $20 to spend, this one right here. If all you have is $20, but you want a good knife, go to Chicago Knife Works and grab this. And this is the best thing you're going to be able to spend your money on for if you want a decent knife. But there you go. That's the Migaron Norsa. That's another new one I had this week. Other new ones. I can't remember. Did I show this one last week? This was the QSP Penguin. I think I showed this last week during my live. And it was pretty inexpensive. You had the red flake, or no, I think they call it shredded. The red and black shredded carbon fiber with a sheep's foot blade, D2 steel liner lock that I thought was really neat. I'm pretty sure I showed this last week. Reason why I'm showing this again is because I got my monthly knife club knife. Now I'm a part of the monthly knife club. Monthly knife club, you pay a subscription, and depending on the subscription that you're paying for, you can get things like knives, or you can get a whole bunch of gear. I belong to their Tier 2 name brand knife plan, which the plan that I'm paying for is $55. And so every month I get a knife that's usually between like 60 to 80 or something to that amount. And it's going to be a name brand knife like QSP, Civivi. I've had Civivis, SRM. I've been for a few months now. I've been a part of the monthly knife club, and so far it's been totally worth it for the $55 a month. But the reason why I'm showing this one is because my monthly knife club came in, and I got another one. Except this one is an upgrade. This month, or actually no, September. It's still September. For September 2025, if you were a part of this plan, this is the knife you would have gotten. This is also a QSP. It is a Penguin, but it's one of their glide lock Penguins. And so this one has their version. I think glide lock is their version of the crossbar lock. You have dual thumb studs like the other one did. Same sheep's foot blade that's done in 14C28N. So it's an upgrade, in my opinion, from the D2. Excuse me. It might not hold its sharpness like the D2. It doesn't have the edge retention of the D2. But it is stainless steel. It's easier to sharpen. I personally like the 14C28N steel. And you also have the glide lock, which, like I said, is their version of a crossbar lock. But I thought, other than the fact that it was a glide lock, and in my opinion, also an upgrade, this is the first time I've ever seen anything like this. This is called aluminum, and it's kind of hard to show on the camera. Aluminum G10. And it looks like a whole bunch, like layers and layers of aluminum. Like, you know, how they would do, like, I'm trying to angle this in a way that you guys can see this better. But like how they do G10, except they've layered, I don't know how many layers of aluminum in there. And it looks, it's hard to show on the screen, but on the naked eye, it looks absolutely fantastic. I'm trying to, I know the lights don't help because it's such a reflective, scale. But you can see the layers of aluminum in there. And I've never seen that before. Now, I'm assuming because all the knives I get from Monthly Knife Club are production knives, I'm assuming you can still acquire these. It's not like it's some weird Monthly Knife Club special edition or something. Let's take a look. Yeah, I really love copper foil when they do the copper carbon fiber. I cannot say that. I have the hardest time saying those words at the same time. QSP Penguin. I'm trying to figure out what the cost on this knife was. We're going to go to Blade HQ. That's the first one that comes up. They have a diamond aluminum version. Not exactly the same thing. I think the patterning's a little different. I'm looking for the cotton. Can't say this. Aluminum G10. That's the word I was looking for. I can find the aluminum G10. They have so many colors of Penguin, except this one's. I'm looking at the liner lock. Need to find the glide lock. Penguin Glide. There we go. Aluminum foil handle. It sounds weird when you say you have aluminum foil scales. Okay, yeah, this one is showing up on QSP's website for $66. I don't know, price may vary depending on where you go to look for it. But $66, again, 14C28 and steel G10 aluminum foil handle. I just love the look of this, and I do like the glide lock. Nice and smooth. I like the way they do their glide lock because they do like a larger, kind of like flat pad compared to basically you got thumb studs running across the scales like on your typical crossbar. They do essentially seem to work exactly the same way. I can't see the Omega springs on this one. Yeah, I can't see the Omega springs on this one, the way they've designed this. But I'm pretty sure they work in the same fashion. I don't know. I'll have to look because I know there are other similar locks, but they don't use Omega springs. So they like I think Spyderco has something similar. They use like a regular compression spring and like a what was that? What would that be? Like a ball bearing. But I do like the way they have their lock set up with these pads. It's comfortable. They don't jut out of the scale like a lot of crossbar locks do. For example, we'll pull out that same Norsa. Norsa has these. They essentially are like smaller thumb studs. This one's actually a really good version. They don't jut out of the scale a whole lot, yet there's enough to grip onto. But I've had some where they jut out. They jut out of the scales a bit. So when you're pulling them out or putting them in your pocket or pulling them out, sometimes they'll catch depending on how much they come out of that little crossbar slot. So I really like QSP's design on this one, and still just as speedy as every other QSP that I have. I find it funny that you have so many laws concerning like automatic knives, yet I've got a bunch of obviously non-automatic knives that to me feel like they're faster than some of the automatic knives that I have. And it's not like they're hard to actuate. But yeah, that's the QSP Penguin Glide Lock. This was a major, to me, for Monthly Knife Club. This was a major awesome drop. And again, absolutely gorgeous scales on this one. Okay, other new knives. Oh, Morgan, you there? I needed to get your input on this one. I needed to get your input on this knife because make sure Brat's not in the room. Now, this isn't a terribly expensive knife. I got this knife because I know someone. I'm going to be giving this to somebody as a Christmas present. I'm going to be giving this one as a Christmas present. Hopefully, she doesn't have this one already. I've been racking my brain. Here you go. I don't even know the maker of this. The only thing I have here is a model number of SP1504. It's a karambit style, glass breaker, seatbelt cutter, assisted, and even a flashlight. And there are batteries in here. They are wrapped in they're wrapped in plastic though. So if you were to unscrew this, there's a bunch of batteries. I can't really get to come out right now, but there's some batteries in there. You just got to take them out and unwrap them. But oh my God. Oh, she should love, I thought you said that she should have that. I was going to say, oh no. Okay, so this one I'm going to send to her. Yeah, so there's batteries in there. You just gotta take them out and unwrap them. Liner lock, pocket clip. It is assisted. Just so you know, you got thumb studs, rear flipper, and it is a karambit style. Yeah, this is about. I don't know if you can get any more tactical than this. She likes tactical blades. I don't even know the name of this one. I saw it. I got it for a good price, so I thought I'd show you there. This one's going to go up to her. So finally, I'm done with Christmas shopping on your side of things, Morgan. I can call this one done. And I'll probably throw in that Venom knife that you saw a while ago as well. For shites and giggles. She has knives stashed all over the carpet. Don't get stopped. Okay, so other knives that we got in today, or not today, this week. This one, I have the box here, but it's not in the box. I have it put away in my case. This one's an interesting one, just because of its shape. We've had a few, like, gentleman or CEO knives. I would probably list this as a CEO knife. This one is from DreamTech. Now, I'm not too familiar with DreamTech. I think they were an OEM for other manufacturers, and they started putting out their own stuff. And every time I look, I try to look these up. I honestly don't find a lot of information. So I'm left questioning essentially what the deal is with this DreamTech manufacturer. I do see these quite a bit, maybe not this particular model, but I do see DreamTech a lot on Whatnot, and they appear to be pretty popular. Did I find a spot for the case? Not yet. I'm going to show that later. I'm working on trying to find a spot for that case you sent me. But DreamTech, again, is kind of a mystery to me. I haven't had I planned on taking a deeper look and trying to get more information before I started live, but I just haven't had a chance to do that yet. It's been a busy week, very busy week. So if anybody's got information on DreamTech and like any specifics, like who they are, where can you reliably buy these? Because so far, the only place I found that I can reliably buy these is on Whatnot. And they don't even have names for their knives that I'm aware of. Because anytime I look these knives up, all I see are like, well, first of all, numbers on the box. Hold on, where did I put that box? That's not it. In fact, it's a different DreamTech box. Oh, here we are. D4193TG. Okay, now I looked that up, and I was able to find the knife. And they have a website, but it's really weird. How do I explain this? Hold on. Let me try to open it up again. if I can type. Because I think their website is essentially on a My Shopify. Yeah, like a My Shopify website. And there's a lot of Dream Tech knives listed, and a lot of them look really pretty. Some of them pretty pricey. Yeah. Thank you, Morgan. Yeah, and some of them have some really good materials on them. But other than that, it's just kind of weird because their website is a Shopify website. I don't know what that deal is. They have, I'm trying to see if they have other brands like a Win Plus, Fenghua, and DreamTech. I'm assuming are all the same manufacturer. This one, the model in this one is a D4193TG. I got this on Whatnot because it looked interesting and it was relatively inexpensive. And I know it wasn't like a premium knife. And again, I don't see, like I said, when you're looking up their knives, they don't have names. They have these model numbers. Oh no, this would not be a Damascus handle. I can tell you that right now. It would help if they actually had names. Hold on, where's the search bar? We have D4193TG. Okay, I think I found it. Okay, and this was the thing I was talking about. We're gonna go into detail on this one, a little bit of detail. Now, this number does come up, D4193, but without the TG. Okay. And when I look this number up on their website, yeah, there's the model number there. When I look this model up on their website, I come up with a D2 pocket knife with titanium handle and liner lock. Okay? That's what comes up. Now, I don't know if this is a titanium handle. It very well could be. It's not a liner lock, though. This is a frame lock. Okay? And also, the look is very different. Well, the one they have on the website is rounded at the bottom. This one has some corners to it. Now, it is deep carry. It is reversible. And they say it's on the website, it's a D2 pocket knife with titanium handle. This one, it does have a front flipper to it and thumb studs, or a single thumb stud. I kind of like the way they did the thumb stud because it keeps the lines clean on this. But instead of D2, oh, wait, no, this has D2. Okay, maybe I was thinking the same one. So I don't know if this is the same model. I thought I had one that said VG10. Maybe I was wrong. So we've got a frame lock, D2 steel, and they don't show this color. Okay, I do see that they listed as a liner lock, but on their website, this black one is a frame lock. Yeah, the edges on the bottom are rounded off, though. So yeah, I don't know what's going on here. I wish I knew. And also the one on the website is a rear flipper, where this is a front flipper. Actually, the one on the website is a rear flipper and a front flipper on it, as well as a single thumb stud. So this one's kind of a mystery. Now, admittedly, I do like it. It's light. It's very sleek. And again, reversible pocket clip. The pocket clip itself is inset, which is nice, and a very deep carry. So, I mean, the only thing you're going to see when this is in your pocket, the only thing you're going to see really is that pocket clip. And because this one in particular is missing the rear flipper, you don't have anything poking out to break up these lines. Even the thumb stud is inset into the scales. That blade sits flush with the scale, so there's absolutely nothing, just straight, clean lines on this one. the front flipper works pretty well. And the single thumb stud also works pretty well. Now, the only problem with this one I can see with a single thumb stud is because the pocket clip is reversible. You don't have a second thumb stud here for lefties. So if you're lefty, you're kind of stuck with that front flipper. But other than that, this one, now they say it's like $66 on their website for whatever version they have there. I know I didn't pay that for this one. I'm pretty sure I was around the $30 range for it. But I was really curious because I did like the lines on this one. And so I wanted to check it out, picked it up. I like it. I do like it. It's just, it bothers me that I can't find as much information about it as I would think I should be able to. So I'm kind of left questioning this DreamTech company a bit, especially considering they have other knives that are like in the $300 range, between $300 and $400, that have like high-end materials, at least from what I can see, like M390, titanium again. I thought I saw like Trimascus, stuff like that. The quality control seems to be pretty good. This is like perfectly centered in this one. Yeah, a lot of their knives are really pricey. And I've heard somebody say that they were an OEM, meaning they would have been a company that would produce knives for other companies, for those other companies to, the other companies would request designs, things like that, put their name on. The DreamTech would be the one to manufacture them for them, things like that. And then they set out to do their own series of knives. That's what I've been told, but I haven't been able to confirm anything to that effect or to that fact. So, and as far as like what companies they were an OEM for, if that was the case, I have no idea. I have seen a lot of similar models I've seen a lot of similar models from DreamTech that I've seen on other brands with some slight differences. So yeah, I really don't know on this. I mean, for the price that I got this one at, I thought it wasn't bad. Now, would I pay the price they're asking for on the website? Like I said, I got this for probably around like $30 something. I don't know if I pay 60 for this. And again, I don't have any confirmation because I can't look up this exact knife. I can't confirm where this is actually titanium scales. They do have D2 stamped on the blade. I mean, it feels good. It's quick. Quality looks decent. I really don't have a complaint on this one other than the fact that it's a single thumb stud. It is a slight drop point. It is sharp. You got some jimping on the back. The lines in this are really, really sleek, and I do like that. It's one of the reasons why I picked it up. So I'm hoping I can find more information on DreamTech so I can learn more about the company. Again, they seem to be very popular on Whatnot. I just would like to know more about them. So that's another new knife I got this week. I'll put that away. Now, I did show a knife last week that made Morgan giggle a heck of a whole lot. I'm going to pull it out now because of what I'm going to show next after this. Now, this is a knife from Concept. I did show this last week. I'm pretty sure I showed this last week. This is called the Corvid XL. Now, if you were here last week, it's a massive cleaver blade pocket knife. It still makes me giggle that this thing has a pocket clip. It reminds me a little bit of that one from Cold Steel that I have, the Karambit, or not Karambit, the Kukri that I have from Cold Steel, which is absolutely massive. Now, this is not as big. This is not as big as that Cold Steel blade, but it's pretty big. To give you an idea, where was that? I'm gonna I'm gonna keep comparing things to this Norsa. This one again, typical EDC carry knife. There you go. And the funny thing is, this has, I think it's just under 3.5-inch blade technically, but it's such a beefy cleaver blade. This thing's massive. I have, I guess you'd call them like medium-sized hands. I don't have small hands. I don't have large hands. But somebody with giant oven mitts, for hands would have no problem using this knife. I did put this in I think I did actually show this where I put it in a pocket, and really this is the only thing that would go in that pocket. Not much else is going to fit in there. But the reason why I'm showing this again is, one, I did really like this knife. I love Concept knives. Concept's become a really big favorite manufacturer of mine. Concept, Riat, and I used to be like all about Civivi and Kaiser. Not that I have any problem with Civivi or Kaiser, but Concept and Riat have really blown me away this last year. So I've become a big fan of those two companies. But the reason why I'm showing this is because this, again, is the Corvid XL. Now, you have XL after the Corvid name, so that should tell you there should be other sizes from Concept. Yeah, I haven't done a video on these yet. Holy cow, the suction on that box was insane. I haven't done a video on these yet because I did do a video, or did record a video on this, and then I picked these up, and I'm thinking I might do a whole family. Because this one is their M Plus, which is, I would guess would be like your standard size Corvid. Now, these do come in various prices because they come in various materials. Some of them come with higher end like steels. And, the steel material will vary. The scale material will vary. This particular one, now it was designated M+. So let me see if I can find this on there. I did pick this up on Amazon. These have a 3.07-inch blade. Otherwise, it's essentially the same, just a little smaller. So like just under 3.5-inch. This one's a 3.07-inch. This one's completely blacked out. 154 cm blade. I believe this one also is a 154. Yeah, 154 cm blade. So really good steel. Still pretty big. Yeah, exactly. Still pretty big. I mean, just a hair over 3 inches. This would be something that I can see myself carrying. Still seems like it takes a lot of real estate in that pocket. I might be able to fit a little bit more in my pocket with having this in there. A completely blacked out blade. On this model, interestingly enough, Amazon has this on sale for just a hair under $50. I know these normally go for quite a bit more. I'd like to say closer to $80 for these. But really nice cleaver blade. These things are sharp. You know what? I know the big one was super sharp when I got it. Like, I cut magazine paper with it, and it just felt like it was floating through. Do I have any magazine paper left? I don't even know if I have magazine paper left. I was having so much fun cutting things earlier that there's a good chance I might have used up every bit of magazine paper I have. I'm gonna have to go to regular paper. Let me grab some paper. Not the expensive stuff. But yeah, last time I tested the large one, it just floated through that magazine like it wasn't there. Now this is standard printer paper, not like heavyweight stuff. It's just as sharp. little catch there, but otherwise, I don't know why I caught there. I'm gonna end up making a mess. I think it's the angle I'm holding it at. I'm gonna try to bevel the paper. Yeah, I can actually make the paper sharp. Okay, I know I already messed up that edge. It's gonna be really hard to cut. That's sharp out of the box. Like the big one was amazingly sharp. I would put this one pretty much right at the same level, maybe a hair below. But that's this one here. That's the Corvid M. But we don't stop there, because once I found out they had them, I had to get the entire family. We're going to put it this way. And what we have here, I do love Concepts boxes. This one doesn't come in a pouch. This comes in a, well, it's a pouch, but not like the others. It's almost more like their slip pouch. This is the type of pouch I typically see from Concept. Put that there. And then you have the mini Corvid. This one has an under 1.5 inch blade. I don't know if there's any other sizes now. It looks like they have room for one more, like right here. But I haven't seen that yet. So as far as I know, these are the only sizes for these. This one has a one, like I said, under 1.5. It's like 1.46, I think. Hold on. Let me look at them. I'm pretty sure. Hold on a second. My computer's being slow. Where are the minis? Where is the mini? And they come in different materials. Some of these are actually, like the one I got was relatively inexpensive, partially because I think I might have also got on sale, but they'll range from anywhere from on sale at $40 all the way up to a mini Corvid with lightning strike titanium scales and an S35 VN blade for $126 in this size. And I'm looking at Concept's website. Wait, let me pull that one up so I can at least get there. Hold on, where's another mini? And again, they come in so many different types, like colors, patterns, things like that. There's one that even looks like a slice of watermelon. There's one, they have like a donut version, which is like a baby blue blade with pink and sprinkle icing for scales. The one I have, this one is called a luminous resin handle. 1.45 inch blade. There it is. 1.45 inch blade, 154 cm steel, non-coated blade. Now this one is a little different than the others. Again, it is a liner lock like the others. I'm trying to be careful because this thing is probably sharp as all get out. As opposed to thumb studs, this one has, you have your fuller. My nail is still healing. You have a fuller here in front. You have a rear and a front top flipper thing that I can kind of use. The liner lock is actually pretty easy to engage. However, I'm having trouble and I don't want to slam it on my finger because I know this has got to be sharp. You don't have a pocket clip on this one, but you do have a lanyard hole right there. Pass through. The blade doesn't actually get all that close to it. But the easiest way to utilize this one is with a rear flipper. Now, this isn't much of a finger choil, really. Now it's more of just a sharpening choil. Still have that same cleaver blade, just in a really compact size. We're going to take a look and see how sharp this one is. I haven't done anything with this yet. Okay, not as sharp as the other two, but I think part of the reason why is because I also caught that choil. And it's still pretty sharp, though. Actually, you know what? Might be because the way I'm holding this thing. But there we go. It's a little hard to wield. Otherwise, it's actually surprisingly sharp. I could probably do a lot better if I gave it a good like leather stropping. In fact, let's do that. I mean, it's still pretty sharp, just not at the level of the other two. Oddly enough, it feels like the big one was the sharpest one of the group. Now, it is the same. It is the same steel as the others. Where did I put my little handy dandy sharpening thing? There it is. It's funny. The smaller it gets, it seems like the less sharp it is. Not saying that this isn't sharp. This is going to cut you. Don't get me wrong. But just not at the same level as the bigger ones. I'm just dropping it on the leather back of this. Giving it a few passes. We'll see if that does anything to it. Oh, yeah. It just needed a light stropping. That's all it needed. I don't know if I'd call this a butter cutter because no, I caught the choil. I think on that one. I don't know if I'd call it a. Well, I mean, yeah, you could cut butter, but this thing is cute as all get out. Like, I have like a billion cloths near me, and no matter like which one do I want to use. So yeah, that is pretty sharp. Oops. Did I do that? Anyway, that is pretty sharp for such a small blade. I'm a little nervous on closing this one, because I think it could use a bit of an oiling. The detent on there is pretty strong, so while I know I could close it one-handed, I'm being a little bit more careful with this because I can see this easily. I can see myself mucking this up very easily and then slapping this across my finger. That is really neat, though. Have I ever cut Kerry gold butter? Yep, definitely a butter cutter. Really cool little blade. I had to get their whole family. Now, again, it seems like there should be one, and I'll have to dig more because as far as I know, these are the only sizes. But it definitely looks like there should be a fourth size somewhere around here. So I don't know. I haven't seen one yet. The only sizes I've seen on any website have been the XL, the M, or M plus. I don't know if there's a difference. I think M plus might be just difference of materials, and then the mini. I kind of hope they have another one because I don't know. That would bring it. First of all, this progression would look a lot sharper. At least I think. But I don't know what they'd call it at this point. But I don't know. This one I had to get all of them. They're not terribly expensive, especially if you can find them on sale. They can get pretty expensive if you're getting something with like premium materials, like I was saying before, with a titanium, lightning strike anodized, and the I think it was S35 or S45 VN steel. There is a do they have a regular Corvid? I've only ever seen them with the M designation, the XL, and the Mini. Because I'm looking through their website, but I'm not finding. I would think if they had another in between, it would be just under 3 inches in blade length. Wait, okay, hold on. So this is 3.55 inches. This should be, oh no, this is is this 2.45? I guess this is 2.45 inches, and then this is 1.45 inches. Okay, I thought this was just over 3. I was wrong. I had my measurements wrong. Oh. There is one. Okay, so the M Plus is a different size. So we have the Mini. There's the M. I thought this was an M Plus. I'm so confused as to what I bought now. Let me check. Let me check my Amazon, because I know I picked this one up at Amazon. Okay. So this is a 3.07 inch blade. They do. I just happened to look as I was coming across these. The only problem is it says discontinued, but they do have a 2.4. Or no, it doesn't say discontinued. It's sold out. So this is an M Plus. They have a Corvid M, and that's supposed to have a 2.45. So that would fit right in line. Well, now I have to buy one of those. That one's sold out. Sold out. Sold out. Darn it! They're all sold out. Is there another? I swear, if I can find this in 2.54 or 2.45, whatever they said it was, I'm snagging one without hesitation. So far, I only see the Corvid. I only see the M Plus. Because now that I know that there's a fourth one of this family, I have to get the entire family. It's gonna bug the crap out of me. It's gonna make me sad inside. I do see. Oh, now they have a Corvid S. Wait, what is this? How many is in this family? This one's, they show 2.9. That's not even on the website. Oh wait, no. It's a Corvid S is a fixed blade. It's not a folder. Okay, that doesn't count. The fixed blade does not count. Darn it. Okay, so that was a fixed blade that we were looking at. That was like 2.9. I'm looking for, holy crap, I found it. It's on Amazon. Holy crap, it's the most, well, it's almost as expensive as this big one, because it's also not on sale. Like these, I know I got for pretty cheap. Because these two I got on sale. This one I got on Whatnot. Actually, I got this about the same cost as retail. This one was closer to 80 bucks. Which is what these generally go for, like around $80 to $100. There's 5 including the fixed blades. I'm not counting the fixed blade because I want folders. Okay, so I do see one in a brown micarta and a really insane looking green with a black blade, which is also the least expensive of the two. And that's a 2.45 inch blade. And that is slowly getting added to the cart as we speak. Okay, so that's in the cart. Ah, crap. Okay, so we found the missing link. I just have to get it in. I probably won't get it until next week. So there are 4 to the family, like you said, Waylon. There's 5, including the fixed blade. I'm not bothered by the fixed blade. I just want the folders. So we will be having a 4th one here, and then we will have the complete family. I just want. I'm a collector. This is the collector mindset. This is one of those things where I just have to have the complete family. Thankfully, there's only 4 of them, if you don't count the fixed blade one. And it's not like case knives where, hey, we have a family of knives and there's like 50 knives in that family. Collect them all. Yikes. So that's the Corvid family. Most of the Corvid family. I've got one more that will be coming next week now. And it's in my cart. I'm not getting it yet because I have to return a tool set that I bought on Amazon, kind of cheap. But I got to do a return on it because I found out that this is, again, you get what you pay for sometimes. It was like a $10 little tiny torque set that I just wanted to keep around, for using on the knives. And I found out the sizes were off. Like, if you took a T5, the T5 was too small and I couldn't use it. And so, yeah, the sizes of the bits were off, which was kind of crazy to me. But it was only $10. So you get what you pay for sometimes. So I'm going to return that. And so I'm going to get a credit for that. That I'm going to put towards getting that other Corvid. So while it's in my cart, I'm not going to grab it right now. It won't appear till next week. I'm pretty sure they have more than enough in stock. Let me take a look at their numbers. Because if they only have like 1 or 2 in stock, then maybe we'll grab it right away. Nah, they just say in stock. Should be okay. So yeah, once I return that tool set, then I can apply the credit to that and I can pick that one up. Because that Corvid is running at $65. So if I can get that to drop a little bit less, then I'll be happy. There we go. So that's the majority of the Corvid family. We'll have the rest. We'll have the rest of the folders next week. Yeah. Oh, by the way, this is the tool set I got. Don't get that. It was $10. Yeah. So yeah, that's the one that I've got to return. Passages. Okay, I got that. Where's the bag for this one? There's one more new knife for this week that I wanted to show you guys. This one might very well be the most expensive knife I've ever owned. And I'm just saying in regards to retail price, because I did get a good deal on this one. Let me have a sip of coffee real quick because it's been a little bit. There we go. Okay, let me move some windows around. I realized I can't see poop. There we go. That's better. I can see chat a little better. Okay. So the last knife I got this week, I think might have the title of being the most expensive knife that I currently own in my collection. And that is coming from Riat. Now, that's the box for it, but it's already in my collection. Or in my cases. And that, let me pull up the website so I can give some information before I even pull it out. Now, when it comes to cost, I don't try to make a point like I have to get an expensive knife or anything like that. And more often than not, I try to stay within the budget realm, which is generally, I consider the budget realm to be under $100. I do have quite a few knives that are over 100, but if I start diving into knives that are more expensive than that budget realm, I guess you could say, it's because it has a certain set of features and materials that I really, really, really want. And comes in either like a size that's usable for me or various other reasons, and to justify that cost. Otherwise, normally I wouldn't even look at knives in that range because they are, to me anyway, pretty expensive. This is still something that's within a range that I'll be comfortable carrying around. Because let's face it, if I got a knife that was, say, like $500 or more, it probably would never leave the home. I would dip it in bronze and keep it in a locked, safe. But this one, again, from Riat, this is the Riat Two-Face. And from Riat's website, the retail on this one is $312. Currently, they're priced retail on Riat's website for $265.50. Now, you know me, I try to hunt down deals. I got mine on Whatnot for even considerably less than that. So I lucked out. But what we have here is this one is a, what's the specifics on this? This one has a 3.03 inch blade and is made with a knife steel of M390. The scale is a grilled blue stonewashed titanium. You got dual row ball bearings in the pivot. You've got thumb studs. You've got a really deep fuller in here. A reversible pocket clip, which kind of surprised me, but it is a reversible pocket clip. It is a frame lock, as you can see there. You got a nearly complete back liner on this that's also titanium. We have the titanium pocket clip, and this is a ball type pocket clip, which I don't see all too often. You can see there, almost like a pen. Not very deep carry, but this makes slipping it in and out of a pocket pretty easy. Great quality control, perfectly centered in there. And they call this a two-face. Now, there's two reasons I think they call this a two-face. First of all, when it comes to the blade is a compound blade. You can see the division in the middle there. The belly of the blade is hollow ground, making it really slicey. And then when you get to the point, it turns into flat ground, which reinforces that point, making it a lot stronger for piercing. And you essentially have a nice, stronger tip. So you have a compound blade there, which is one reason why I can see them calling this a two-face. The other reason is this right here. Now, when I first got this knife, I already moved it. When I first got this knife, the flipper was in the back. They allow you to remove the flipper, and you have a little tiny like screw plug, so that hole isn't like just massive back there. But you can remove the flipper and place it in the front. So now I've got a front flipper knife because I just really like front flippers. I just think they're really fun. They're very fidgety to me. So now I have a front flipper knife. And I also like the way it makes the lines look on the knife with the front flipper. And it covers up the rest of the spacing that you would have back here. So you've got a really good amount of jimping back here. A lot of space to put your thumb. And it opens up this area here, because normally a rear flipper would be jutting out at this point. And you'd have a little like fin sticking out here, but because I've moved it, that fin is gone. And now you have a much smoother transition to this finger choil up on the blade, allowing me to choke up on it much easier for really precise cutting. And I don't have to worry about that flipper bump that you would normally get with a rear flipper here. And that's the other reason I believe they called that the two-face, is the ability to change that flipper to the way you want it. And I just like the way the lines are on this one without the rear flipper poking up from the back. The only complaint I have on this one now is the thumb studs. So yeah, I do have a complaint with this. I really actually like this knife. Color-wise, material, the handle, it's a little on the slick side, but not really bad. I have other knives that are a heck of a lot more slick than this. But the ergonomics on this one, I mean, it feels really nice rounded edges. Ergonomics on this are great to me. I love the ergonomics on this knife. It feels really good in the hand. My biggest complaint on this, and I don't know if it's just me, is the thumb studs. The thumb studs are really close to the scales, and they're kind of an odd position where if I want to use the thumb studs for deployment, I can't do it. I don't know what it is about the thumb studs, but I can't work the thumb studs. Maybe the detent is really strong, but that can't be right because I'm still able to flick it out really easily. So I don't think it has anything to do with the detent. I just think it has a lot more to do with the thumb stud placement. And I think they did the thumb stud placement the way they did because it acts as an additional stop for the blade. So you have an internal stop pin somewhere in there, and then you have the thumb studs as well. But the thing is, even without the thumb studs, while that's a bigger, well, that's a big complaint on this one for me is the fact that I can't utilize the thumb studs for whatever reason. The fuller that they have on this knife is so deep and well made that I can use the fuller like I would the thumb studs. It's like a thumb hole, and it works just as well, if not better, than even some of the other thumb hole knives that I have. I can even reverse flick this one using the fuller on the other side. That's how nicely made this fuller is. So, admittedly, while the thumb studs are kind of like, why have the thumb studs other than maybe as another stop pin? I can kind of overlook that because the fuller is so easy to use. I actually prefer using the fuller when opening this than, like, you could take these thumb studs out and I'd be perfectly happy. Because the fuller works so well on this knife that I can overlook the fact that the thumb studs don't, that I can't use the thumb studs for whatever reason. Like I said, it could be just me, but I like that I can use the fuller. I like the fact that I can put the flipper in the front as opposed to the back. And I love how the lines are. I really, really like this knife. So I can actually overlook the issue I have with the thumb studs. And actually, I think this is also an Osho design. I really like his designs. He's the designer for one of my favorite knives, which is the Bulldog. I've got one Bulldog. I still got to get another one because I know they came out with Bulldog minis that I really, really want. I've been kind of distracted by a lot of this other stuff, but he's the same designer that made this one. And I think he did a fantastic job. Again, my only qualm is the thumb studs, but again, I can kind of overlook it because I actually prefer using the fullers on this. Either the fullers or that top flipper. Oops, thumb slipped. So really cool knife. Probably now the most expensive knife I have, at least retail wise, the most expensive knife that I have in my collection. I actually don't think this is the most expensive that I've paid for a knife, to be quite honest. I think that distinction actually goes to a different Riat knife called the Sacred Falcon, which I think retail was actually less than this knife, but I paid maybe just a few dollars more than this when I purchased it. But I got a really good price on this one. I really couldn't overlook it, and that's why I picked it up. It is an amazing knife. I really, really like that one. The other one I'm talking about, the Sacred Falcon, is this one. which before this, I think this one was technically the most expensive knife I had in my collection. And this isn't without its own issue also, and that's my ability to be able to reverse reverse flick this one. For some odd reason, trying to reverse flick this thing is hard as hell. But I overlooked that because it's got this really neat locking mechanism. The rear flipper works fantastic. I can actually thumb flick this one, but for some odd reason, Spidey flicking this one doesn't come easy. I don't know why. But this one's an absolutely gorgeous knife. I honestly, it's kind of Rimet. This is why Rimet has been blowing me away recently this year. They've been coming out with some amazing knives. Same with Concept has been coming out with some amazing knives. And not that I dislike Civivi or Kaiser or any of those other makers. It's just late for, at least for this year, both Rimet and Concept have just been taking the cake with some of their designs and some of their new knives for this year. Let me put those down. Okay, so unfortunately, those were all the new knives that I got for this week. So I know I mentioned that this probably won't be as long as some of the other ones. I had delays with USPS, so I do have actually quite a lot coming in. It's just they're not going to be here until next week, unfortunately. Now, so what are we going to do for the rest of the show? Well, we can do a couple things. I think I've shown you the sharpening system that I have. I thought was really neat. The only thing with this is I don't really have anything left to sharpen currently. I think I mentioned that I updated the sharpening system. I got the basic version of this some time ago, and I was just really impressed with how this worked for me that I decided I wanted to get the rest of the kit, which was the case and more stones, because I think originally it just came with this one stone, and now I have a whole set of stones as well as a leather strop. And to me, I just thought it was a fantastic deal, considering how much these sharpening systems can sometimes go for. I think right now, in terms of cost and usability and the fact that it gets my knives super, super sharp, this has quickly become my favorite way to sharpen. I used to do a lot of hand sharpening, like freehand. I still have to freehand sharpen a lot of knives that have much smaller blades, because there's a certain point to where this won't work if your knife is exceptionally small. Like a lot of case knives are just too small to use on this. This is something that I would use more for either much larger folders or fixed blade knives, which I've done quite a few. And I've even managed to put on a really good edge on that what's the word I was looking for? I don't want to say ancient because that makes it sound even worse. Vintage. That's the word. I managed to put a very good edge on that vintage case that I have. And I got this to hair shaving sharpness using just this system. And actually not even moving to the new stones. I just used the initial stones that this came with. And this I can use to shave with. So now this vintage knife is ready to, if I wanted to go ahead. Now I probably won't take this around with me because this one has some special meaning to me. Because this knife was born on the same year that I was born. So in that regard, it's more of a showpiece. I'm going to keep this probably in a case, and I won't take it out to use. And I might have mentioned something wrong on this one when I first showed it. This is not bone, not a brown bone. This is actually a jigged wood scale, which to me it doesn't take anything away from it at all. I just want to make sure that I got it correct. It's a brown wood dual bladed hunter. But I probably won't be taking this around with me, but I still wanted to get a nice good edge on it. And I was able to do so with this Work Sharp system. I have a link to the Work Sharp system down below because I'm just so impressed with how well this system worked. Now, yes, like I said, I can't use it for every knife. In fact, I did run into an issue when using the system with sharpening this knife because, again, these aren't the thickest blades, as you can see. And I had the angle down so low that I kind of sharpened my clamp a little. As you can see there, there's a little shiny edge. Now it's not sharp, but I shaved I shaved some metal off the clamp. No big deal, but just something to be aware if you were to use something like this on a thinner blade knife like this, because when this sits in there, depending on the angle that you're sharpening at, you can end up riding on top of that clamp and then scratching up the clamp pretty good like I did there. So yeah, just be aware if you go into getting something like this that it's not going to be able to do every knife in your collection, but what knives you can use it on, it's going to do an amazing job. You'll still want probably freehand stones for those smaller knives, like the case knives. I'll continue to do freehand. I just wanted to try it on this, and I thought it did an amazing job with this knife. Now, I was thinking about doing some knife sharpening, but then I was going through my collection, and I realized I don't have much to sharpen. Everything I have is pretty sharp, with maybe the exception of a couple of like lesser expensive knives that I have. I mean, I could possibly do those. The only thing though was those knives I was actually intending to send out. Like and they're actually pretty sharp. I think the Venom one is actually still pretty sharp. I think it might have had a burr or something on the blade where it would catch. But I didn't do anything with it. I did strop it a little bit. I might have gotten rid of most of it. But I'm hesitant to do that because technically I no longer see those knives as like mine. So I don't know if I've got anything left to sharpen for this for this uh for this week. Even my kitchen knives are pretty dark. Actually, you know what? Maybe my kitchen knife. I have one kitchen knife that needs some work. Let's do that. Let me go grab it. It just occurred to me. Yeah, I do have a kitchen knife that could use some work. And I may have it. Hold on a second. I found it, but I have to give it a good cleaning. It's going to be a little quiet here. I'll be right back. Here's the mic I use, by the way. There we go. My apologies. I took my mic off because my girlfriend's out in the living room watching TV, and I didn't want the the TV to be like all up in the mic. There we go. You guys can hear me okay, right? All right. So here's a kitchen knife. It occurred to me that this one needed some sharpening, and you can see, yeah, this one needs some love and care. I forgot I put it aside for that reason. I just remembered it. And we're going to do that one at, we're going to do that at 17 degrees. I think it'd be a good one. Let me take a look. We're going to do a test. We're going to do the Sharpie trick. And we're going to color in, I don't know if you can see, a little hard to see because I don't know where the black Sharpies went, so I'm using green. And this has a really small edge now that I'm looking at it. I can probably just reprofile this and not even do it a second thought. So we're going to clamp this guy up. Well, I colored the wrong edge. Let me color this edge in. And I think for the rest of the live, I was going to go ahead and open it up to you guys while I'm sharpening this edge and ask if you guys had any questions. I was also going to go over a lot of the knives that I have currently in my collection, but I was going to open it up if you guys had questions, like, you know, favorite knives, things like that. Like, what's your favorite? Do you guys have like a favorite manufacturer? You guys have a favorite knife? Things like that. So while I'm doing this, I think I will open up to you guys. Do you have currently in your collection a favorite knife? What's your go-to knife, or what's your go-to knife when you're carrying a knife? Like, is there a particular knife that you carry with you all the time? Is there a particular knife that you prefer to carry with you? Or maybe just a favorite knife in general? Let's see how this goes. We are at 17 degrees, which I think would make for a decent edge on a kitchen knife. I'm just trying to see. Oh, that's perfect. I think I'm trying to see how much of that marker on. Okay, that's perfect. 17 degrees is perfect on this one. So yeah, do you have a favorite knife in your collection? And if so, is it one that you carry with you regularly? Or is it one that's more of like, we call them safe queens, where they don't leave the safety of your safe? I'm trying to create a burr on the other side. And this was a favorite, probably one of my favorite kitchen knives too. I've had this for a while. I just realized that after all the cutting, it's getting really, really dull. Normally I would just hone it, but I've been kind of lazy with it. I've actually got another set that's very similar that serves as a backup. And I've gone to using that, and I kind of toss this one in a drawer. Almost got a burr on this one. I think I got a pretty good angle on this. So nobody has a favorite knife. Oops. I'm moving this in a way that I'm trying to get a specific diagonal scratch pattern on that edge. Because I want the scratches to go kind of like follow the way that I'm cutting. I've also got to be a lot more conscious with these larger blades so I don't run my finger over that edge that I'm trying to make. Because this sharpens an edge up pretty darn quickly. Now, I don't even know what kind of steel they use. But I don't know why I'm having difficulty feeling for a burr. I've got the angle correct. At least according to the marker. Uh-oh. Oh, no. I just realized that sucker was coming out of the magnet. I didn't have it seated. I think that's where my problem came in. I just noticed that the blade was moving. There we go. So, kind of messed up on that angle. Oops. That might explain why I was having a little bit of trouble. There we go. That's what I wanted to feel. A little more here. I'm probably exaggerating this a little bit. Spending a little bit more time than I probably have on any of my other edges. Seem to have more trouble on the front edge of this, on the front edge. Yeah. Yeah, I'm having trouble apexing that front edge. There we go. That's a bit better. Also, probably could brush this off. Do this side one more time, and then I move to the other stone. Yeah, it's just on that front. You guys got quiet. We'll move to the other stone. I think we're just about done with this one. So no questions on the collection. You guys don't have any favorites. I know this is a quiet one. This is coming along nicely. Well, now I'm just going to work that burr off. Yeah, there's a really fine burr. In fact, we'll probably move to ceramic next. right now, I'm just working that burr back and forth. And then it'll be onto a leather strop. Now, a blade of this size, I've got another strop that I would use, as opposed to that little tiny one that I use for my pocket knives. Okay, it's ready for that strop. Where did I put that strop? Actually, where did I put that strop? Oh, God. It's in a box. There we go. Now we're going to take this off. You're listening. Oh, you're painting. What do you paint? Your back's been killing you for days. So not real frisky. What are you painting? Okay, so what I'm going to do is I've got some compound on this already. I'm just laying it on top of diamond stone because it's not on a wood block. And I'm just lightly a few passes with this. Ooh. And this is essentially a new strop. Let's see how this is now. So did you guys have any questions on, or like I said, if you want to share, do you have a favorite knife in your collection? I like to hear about new stuff that I've never heard of before, because that's how I discover new things. I discover new things via word of mouth more than anything. Woo! Oh, that is a million times better. I can feel a little bit here, but I think I can take care of that with a little bit more stropping. Otherwise, yeah, there's something going on. There. There, what's happening there? Oh, this, I didn't even realize this sucker's got a nick in it. When did that happen? Okay, so this had a nick in there that I never even noticed. It's very hard to tell. I was wondering why it was catching. The rest of the blade, though, holy crap. If I want to get rid of that nick, though, I'm going to have to, like a larger or higher grit and really essentially reprofile this. The rest of the blade, though, oh my god. I mean, this is still fine, even with that little nick, because I managed to shave it down. It's just enough that I can feel it on the paper. But if you guys remembered what this was like when I first, or before I first started sharpening this, holy crap. I can just feel it catch that nick, like right there. And then it cuts straight on through. You can see why I like this sharpener. Holy crap. Yeah, there's a slight nick on this edge that I wasn't aware of. That actually worked out a lot better than I even expected it. Well, no, I should say I did expect it to do a decent job. But holy crap. I don't think this is going to do anything for that nick. I'm just, after having cut through the paper. This is perfectly fine for kitchen use. As I use this knife more and more, and then sharpen it again, that nick, and I don't even know how that nick got there. Because I'm usually really careful, even with my kitchen knives. Because I've had this knife for a good few years now. This is the knife that my daughter, when she was visiting. Oh, maybe it happened then. This is the knife that I warned my daughter about when she was visiting. She wanted to do some cooking for me, which was very nice. But I told her it's a sharp knife. If you accidentally drop the knife, let it fall. And she accidentally dropped the knife, and she tried to catch it. And this is the one that ended up cutting her hand, and I ended up taking her over to the hospital to get a few stitches done. So this is the one, and it just occurred to me maybe that's where the nick came from. And that was a while ago. Like, I haven't sharpened this knife. This is the first time I've sharpened this knife since I've got it, and I've had this for a few years. Obviously, it got to the point where it was really dull. Normally, I would hone it and it'd be good to go. As you saw, it was pretty dull. But now we've got it back to razor sharp, with the exception of that one nick on the edge. But I'll probably eventually work that out the more I use the blade. I don't know if I like this dropping compound that I got. It's really waxy. I mean, it's still doing the job, but it's really hard to apply to a strop. So I might clean this strop off at some point, because it's coming off in large granules when I run a blade over. Yeah. I might try a different stropping compound next time. Granted, I think this is a stropping compound that came with this thing, and usually the stropping compound that comes with a leather strop, they tend to be a bit on the cheap side. So I know Neve's knives he uses something called stroppy stuff, and I'm debating picking some of that up. And it's a little bit more liquidy, but I think like they take a greater care in terms of quality than your typical like crayon looking wax chunk or whatever it is. But we are back to kitchen sharp, and then all that needs to be done is for this blade to be cleaned up. And then it's back to cutting stuff in the kitchen. Yeah. if you guys remember how it looked before I started, that's a hell of a lot better. Like 100 times better. Although that did leave a lot of crap on my mat. I'll be vacuuming later. So I did have a blade to sharpen after all. So yay. Got to do that. So any questions? Do you guys have any questions on what I have? I can show you what I have in my collection currently. I've been in the midst of trying to do like videos on like favorites depending on price point and things like that. Like for example, right now my current favorite for the money, like in terms of budget knife, has to be that Norsa. I'm down between, and I created a video using that Norsa and a few others. Maybe I'll pose that question to you guys in the live. And that question would be, which one would you pick? Now, I know I've talked a lot about the Norsa, and I'll say it right now. Admittedly, this is probably my pick, my current pick. Now, where did I put that Norsa? I might have put it away. I did. Here we go. So, the knives that I actually put down. Now, I haven't put the video out. I just simply recorded it. Is that Norsa, and these are all under 30 bucks. Where's the other one? I have, I might have a few. There's the Civivi Mini Praxis. And then we have the Pyrite Light by CJRB. And then for giggles, because these do fall within the same price point, I've got the Rosewood version here of the Trivisa Dolphin. And Morgan would appreciate this next one. If I remember where I put it. That's not it. There we are. You can sit here. Yep. The Opinel. And although I didn't include it in the video, I should have probably included this one as well. And this is a Higanakami. All these are under $30. In fact, some of them, like the Opinel and the Higanakami, are, in fact, I think under 15. I think the Higanakami cost me like 14 bucks. Oh, need food? Opinel was roughly about like $15, $16. This is a number 8. This is a Trivisa, which is almost like a modern version of the Higanakami. Again, we have a CJRB Pyrite Light, Savivi Mini Praxis, and the newest one that I got in my collection, which is the Migaron Norsa. Now, for the longest time, in terms of features and materials, to be quite honest, like the Savivi was one of my favorites because it's under $30, making it a very inexpensive knife. D2 steel that's coated, G10 scales, and you had a very serviceable liner lock with a rear flipper, making this nice and flippy. It's also a blade that fits within the blade length restrictions that we have in the state that I reside in. But my biggest complaint is their cutout for the liner lock isn't, in my opinion, the best. I can use the pad of my thumb to get it, but more often than not, I have a little difficulty. I'm having to use my nail a lot to get that liner lock on the Mini Praxis. Because of that, the CJRB became a favorite of mine because it's a button lock and you had thumb studs for deployment. Now, the only problem I had with the CJRB, while I thought this is a fantastic knife for under $30, the problem with this one is the blade length. At least for me, I run into a problem with because of the restrictions. But otherwise, material-wise, it's an AR RPM 9 steel, making this stainless steel. And the button lock was very easy to actuate. I didn't have to worry about passing my thumb over the path of, the blade path. And for a good long while, I would say this one was a hard one to beat. Opinel is your go-to knife for opening packages now. I know you love that knife. It's a great knife. And the one she's talking about is this one. Now, this is a very old design, French made. It's not a flippy knife. You have what's called their Viro block is the name of their locking mechanism, and it's essentially a collar. Now, you turn the collar, right now it's locked in its closed position. I can't open this plate if I wanted to by pulling on it. But you unlock it by turning the collar. You've got a nail nick here. It is a two-handed operation. Unfold the knife. It's friction-based, meaning that it's the friction that's really making that blade harder to move. But the locking mechanism, again, you turn the collar on the Viro block, and essentially you turn it so it blocks the path of the blade, and that effectively locks the blade in place. Very thin, slicey blade. It's a stainless steel. I don't know what type of steel they use. Again, it's French made. Beechwood for the handle. Very comfortable handle because it's nice and well rounded and smooth. And a very what's the word I'm looking for? Simplistic design. And again, the design for this one, like I forgot how old these knives were. Again, this is number 8. They go from number 1 to number 13. The number 1 is the smallest. Number 13 is almost comically huge. And this was probably their most popular knife. And its design has remained unchanged for a very, very long time. The newest change in their design had been this Viro block. In fact, actually, no. They do have a new design, I think, that's more of a slip joint. I'm not sure if that one locks. I have to take a look. They did come up with a new mechanism that's not this viral block collar. But it's a very simplistic design. It just works. Yeah, sure, it's not a flippy knife. It's not, you're not, it's not a fidgety knife. You're not going to sit here and fidget with it while you're doing other stuff, but it works for what it was designed for. And they're super inexpensive. Like I said, these are like roughly around $15 if I remember correctly. They don't really start jumping in price until, I mean, they're all the sizes are relatively inexpensive unless you go for the number 13, which I think the number 13 was kind of like they did it for fun, but it became very popular that they put it in regular production, and it's just a comically large Opinel knife. But again, very simple design, which is one of the reasons why I like the Opinel. But they're also just super, super inexpensive, and it's a decent steal for what it is, what people would use it for. I actually have used this more for food than anything, but it's just a really nice, simple knife. It's not flashy, doesn't need to be. It's simple, inexpensive. If something happens to it, it's not going to make, it's not going to freak me out because it'd be easily replaced. And that's that's probably the biggest thing about it, is that they're just so inexpensive, but for what you get, it's a pretty damn good knife. The other knife, one of the other knives in this series, I guess you could say, that's similar to it is the Japanese Higanakami. Now the Higanakami is like, I guess you can call it the Japanese traditional knife, like you would call a lot of the like that case knife or US traditional knives. This would be like your Japanese traditional knife. It's a simple brass, like a bent brass handle, and the blade is entirely it's a friction pivot or friction lock. I don't know if friction lock makes sense. It's not a friction. It doesn't lock. It's what holds the blade in place is essentially the friction between the handle and the blade. The handle is essentially squeezed around the knife at the pivot, and that's where you get this stiffness when you're moving the blade back and forth. Now, aside from the friction itself holding the blade open, this little tab that you use to open up the blade lays back against the handle. And then when you're using this knife, you'd have your thumb over this tab, which is another thing that helps keep the blade open during use. Cabbage, how you doing? Other than that, it's a very simplistic knife in function and form. And they do use, I forgot the name of the steel. It started with a W, but it's essentially two steels that are kind of sandwiched. You have one core steel. You can see kind of a division there. You have one core steel and then another steel wrapped around that core steel, kind of like a sanmai. Reminds you of a Buster Sword. There you go. But again, a very simplistic or simple design. That I have a thing for simple designs that just work really well, and this is one of them. But another thing that's, again, why it's in this here is because this one was about $14 to $15. So these can be had very cheaply. And they have other colors and sizes. Prices are going to vary. This is kind of like a standard size, I guess you could say, or as close to a standard size as you can get for a Higanakami. I do even have a smaller one attached to my keychain in a little case. I have another one that has like a blacked out brass handle to it that was maybe a few more dollars than this one was.
but a very simple knife that I've actually carried with me on occasion. I just really like this simple design. And my printer's going weird. What are you doing? But this here, the last one that I'm showing you, is the Trivisa Dolphin. Was the name? Yeah, Trivisa Dolphin. Trivisa is like the budget name for, or I guess they're like a budget sister company to Concept. And they designed this knife similarly to the traditional Higanakami, where you have the same tab at the top, which acts like a front flipper, except this one has a liner lock to it. So it has a lot. This one has a locking mechanism, whereas the traditional does not. This one in particular comes in rosewood. You got a pocket clip that's not reversible. You got a good amount of jimping on the back of that tab or the flipper, which gives a good amount of grip and a little bit of a ramp up as well for your thumb. Otherwise, relatively similar design, just with some modern conveniences like the lock and the jimping, the pocket clip. The blade design is a little different. It's more of a straight blade compared to like the reverse tanto of the traditional Iganakami. Excuse me. And this has no real drop to it. There's a slant, but otherwise it's a perfectly straight spine. And just a really well designed, again, very simple knife. And these were also very inexpensive. I believe these were around like maybe $25, $20 to $25, something like that, which makes these, again, this right under the $30 category. So all these knives under $30. And in my opinion, some of the best knives you can get for the money. I should get a set of scales to measure each knife. You mean like weight? I do. To give you an idea, hold on a second. Where did I put? There we are. Let's zero this out. I do have a scale. This came in really handy for like when I was shipping stuff off, when I was selling stuff on Whatnot, which I haven't done in a while. I haven't had a reason to run a show. Are we zeroed out? No, you are not zeroed out. I would consider, let's see, let's start off with what I think is, oh no, this is going to be hard. I thought for a moment this might be the lighter knife, but this might be a lighter knife. What's this? The Opinel, the French Opinel, is coming up at 1.52 ounces. These are super light. The Beechwood is very light. 1.52 ounces for the Opinel. The traditional Japanese Higanakami. Okay, yep, 1.69 ounces. Now, if you go to the Trivisa Dolphin, which is like your modern Higanakami, we jump up to 3.63 ounces. Now, on these modern folders, let's start off with the CJRB Pyrite Light. That comes in at 2.86. The Civivi Mini Praxis comes in at 2.79. And then, admittedly, my new favorite in terms of knives that are under $30 is the Migaron Norsa. It comes in at 3.35 ounces. Now, the reason why I was going to do a video on these is because I wanted to show, or wanted to ask the question, as well as show quality knives under $30 where you don't have to spend a lot of money and still can get an exceptional knife. Now, obviously, it's going to depend on what you plan on using the knife for. The Opinels make a great, just simple utilitarian knife. I like them for actually food, where speed and durability generally aren't an issue. Because it is a relatively thin blade. I don't know the exact steel. I do know it's stainless, but I don't recall the exact steel. I believe it's probably somewhere along the lines of like a 420 HC or something like that, 420 or 440 HC. The Higanakami has a interesting like Sanmai-like steel where you've got a core steel, and I can't remember, but they are a high carbon steel. So you do need to take care of them, oil them, wax them regularly, make sure they stay nice and clean. In order to prevent corrosion. But you have a core steel wrapped around. You have a core steel that another steel is then wrapped around, and then you have things like your. Let's see, these two. Okay, your CJRB has their proprietary AR RPM 9 steel, which is a stainless steel. Their own proprietary steel that isn't bad. It's stainless, which is good. It gives it a bit more corrosion protection than your D2 steels, which aren't considered stainless, or some would call them semi-stainless steels. I haven't used the pyrite light enough to really form any major what's the word I was looking for? I'm losing words already today. I haven't formed any major judgments on this one because I haven't used it all that often, because it is a longer knife profile than one can generally carry in the state that I reside in. So it's been relegated to like home use. For what I use it at home for packages and stuff, it's worked perfectly fine. And same with the Trivisa Dolphin, except this one does have a steel that I prefer, and that's the 14C28N. I've said it many times before, 14C28N steel is probably my favorite steel for any knife that's under $100. 14C28N and Nitro V also are very similar. Another favorite steel of mine. But I was surprised and shocked to see something like this, where it was under $30, getting that same steel in a knife under $30. And these are really well made knives for under 30 from Trivisa. My previous favorite, for probably the longest time, because I've owned this knife much longer than I've owned any of the others, is the Mini Praxis. I've probably carried this knife more than any of these others. The Mini Praxis has D2 steel, which is a semi-stainless steel, so you do have to make sure you wipe it down after every use. Take good care of it. It's not going to do great in salty environments, but it is coated, so that should help with corrosion resistance. It is a liner lock. Pocket clip, very simple, under $30. Flippy with that rear flipper. And for longest time, this was probably my favorite carry knife. I carry this more. This has seen more time in my pocket probably than any other knife I have in my collection. And you can see I've used this a lot, but barely a scratch on this, not even a smudge. And then, admittedly, probably what's going to be my favorite knife at this point was the Migaron Norsa. Similar steel, D2, aluminum PVD coated scales, which is really nice to see on something that's under $30, and a crossbar lock, which makes for a very strong lockup. Dual thumb studs, very fidgety. Reversible pocket clip. I mean, for the price, to me, this is my favorite out of this bunch, as much as I like these other ones. Is more or less weight better for usability, or would you say it depends? I would say it depends on the task. Weight, I would say, isn't really a great factor in terms of like usability, because there's so many reasons why somebody might carry a knife. somebody that's just carrying a knife, say for like going out on a picnic, we've got a lot of stuff to carry. Opinel's nice and light. The only thing with the Opinel, it is a little awkward to carry with you. There's no pocket clip. It's a very rounded handle, and it's not something that you quickly deploy. You have to turn the collar, fold open the blade, turn the collar again to lock it in place. So it requires two hands to use. But as far as, like I said before, food prep, eating, light tasks, package opening, something where speed isn't necessarily an issue, and you're not going to be using this in an environment where it's always going to be wet, like a corrosive environment, this is perfectly fine. And I was saying it before, one of the things that makes this such a great knife is the cost, the fact that these are roughly around $15, making it one of the cheaper knives on the table right now. So if anything were to happen to it, it's very easily replaceable. Same with the Higanakami, very simple design, very light. These were the two. In fact, the Opinel was the lightest knife in this group. This one just came up just above it. But this is a great knife. Just everyday tasks of cutting packages. Anything where light cutting is involved. Packages, cardboard, paper, zip ties, small wires, food. Preparing food. Perfect. Now, tougher tasks, you're going to want something along the lines of like the D2 steel. D2 steels were known for its edge retaining, or for its ability to retain its edge. It's not the toughest steel, but it will hold its sharpness longer than probably any of these other knives. The downsides to D2 steel is they're not a stainless steel. They're considered like a semi-stainless, which means that they are susceptible to rusting if they're not well taken care of. If you don't dry them immediately after use, if they get wet, or if you're using them in salty environments, they will rust on you if you don't clean them immediately. AR RPM 9 is kind of up in the air for me because it's a proprietary steel from CJRB. It's good for, most people probably won't know a difference if all they're doing is cutting packages open, day-to-day, simple day-to-day tasks. They probably won't know a difference, to be quite honest, between any of these metals. So as far as what I've used it for, it's been perfectly fine. It's easier to sharpen than D2 because D2, like I said, it retains its edge a lot longer, but it is tougher to sharpen because of that. 14C28N, like I said before, is one of my favorite steels. It might not retain its edge as long as the D2, but it's a tough steel. If it loses its edge, a lot of times it's because the edge is rolled, or something like that. It like where D2 has a higher tendency to chip if it comes across something. This one, it might roll, making it a little easier to fix. It's easier to sharpen. And I don't know, trait-wise, and it's also a stainless steel, so it'll resist corrosion much better than D2 will. Again, there's some preferences. Some people like the idea that their knife edge will last a lot longer with the D2 steel. They don't have to worry about sharpening it as often. This one, you'll have to sharpen a little bit more often. I prefer the toughness of this steel and the stainless steel, or the rust or corrosion resistance of this steel, which is why it's one of my favorites. I don't have to worry so much about it if it's in my pocket for an extended period of time. If I get wet, or if the blade gets wet, you still want to take care of them, obviously, but it's less of a worry for me. And since I sharpen my blades, I don't send my blades off for sharpening. I do it myself. I'm perfectly fine with dealing with this type of steel. It doesn't bother me that I might have to sharpen this, or at least hone it more often than D2. But again, it all depends on the task you have at hand. Pagan, how you doing? Welcome to the stream. I'm just showing off some of the stuff that's currently in my collection. I did a little sharpening earlier. I didn't have a whole lot going on today because, unfortunately, USPS has delayed some of my packages. So I I actually didn't even have a package to open today. I was just going over knives that I got this recent week. And then right now, I was just going over some of the best knives that I think are for the money under $30. Doing good, Tegan. How are you doing? Hope you're doing well. Don't mind me. I'm drinking some coffee. Otherwise, really for the live, I'm just chilling with you guys, seeing if you guys have any questions. If you guys wanted to share some of your favorite knives. Again, these are probably my top knives for under $30, with this one being my favorite currently for under $30. A knife for under that price point. This Migaron Norsa is just killer. The materials are awesome. The aluminum, the D2 steel, the crossbar lock. It's comfortable. It's slicey. Very ergonomic. This one, I think, has everything else beat, to be quite honest. Not that these are bad. It's just once I got this one in my hand and had a chance to use this, this one's going to be a tough one to beat if all you've got is like 30 bucks in your pocket. Yeah, and it's very fun to just futz around with. Oh, no worries. Thanks for just stopping by. Appreciate it. Let me know what your favorite is, guys. I know Morgan's favorite is the Opinel. I know she loves this thing. I like this thing so much, I actually bought two of them. I have a thing for rosewood. And this isn't rosewood. I think it's called Paduk, but it's really close. And it's also a slightly smaller size because this is slightly larger than 3 inches. And I wanted one that was 3 inches or less. This one's a number 6, done in Paduk wood, which I think is fucking sexy looking. And it's also it's like a premium version. This is actually, I think this was still under 30 bucks. But it was a premium version of the Opinel. A little smaller blade, a premium wood, and a more polished blade to this one. Got a mirror polish on it. You're going to get one of the shroom Opinels? Why? Because it makes you giggle? The mushroom ones? The mushroom gathering ones? I think those are what? They're like hawkbill-like blades. It even has a brush on the other end so you can clean the mushroom off. I can't remember if it even had like a ruler etched on it. I'd like to say it did. I could be wrong. But yeah, I had to get another one because I like the Opinel so much. I know there's like a love-hate relationship with the Opinel. Some people love them like I do and like Morgan does. Other people just think they're complete garbage. I think it's because for a lot of people, they like the fidget factor and they of some pocket knives, and this has no fidget factor whatsoever. In fact, I think a lot of the people that have a liking for Opinel are the same people that like to collect traditional knives. Like me. Same with the Higanakami. I really like this Higanakami. And I've carried this one on occasion. It just doesn't lock. It's a friction folder. It's not even a slip joint where you have detents. It's just strictly on the friction. In fact, it's funny because I think it came with instructions. Like if this ever got too loose, the way you fix this is you take a mallet and you kind of squish this down more. that was their only, like that's how you fix this knife if it gets too loose, is you take a mallet and you bang on it. Otherwise, I just really like this knife. I like simplistic knives. When I did a video, I've used the title "Beauty and Simplicity," and I don't think any other knife embodies it more than like the Higanakami. And then this one, the traditional take on the Higanakami with more modern conveniences like modern steel, the liner lock, the pocket clip, making this a modern version of an old traditional knife, I thought was really, really neat. And the cost is hard to argue when this is under $30 when it's got like my favorite steel. Nice blade. It's a little on the long side for me in terms of carrying around with me, but nice long blade, secure lockup, pocket clip, and beautiful rose. This one I have in rosewood. I actually have another one in olive wood, which is a lighter color. In fact, where is it? There it is. This was the first one I got. This one's done in olive wood. Otherwise, exact same knife, exact same steel. But, oh, I forgot. This one had a different profile. This one has a profile more like the traditional Higanakami with a reverse tanto blade, whereas this one has a straight. I completely forgot they had different blade profiles on this. Oops, off camera. There we go. So different blade profile on this one. This one with olive wood, this one with rosewood. Absolutely beautiful knives. Both 14C28N steel. And both for under $30, which is hard to beat. But they're still not as fidgety as, say, the CJRB Pirate Light, the Mini Praxis, or the Migaron Norsa. I know for a good long time I know for a lot of people this is a favorite, simply because of the lightness. The button lock makes it really easy to use, and it's very fidgety. I'd say it's more fidgety than the Mini Praxis, simply because this one you have a liner lock, whereas the Pyrite Light, am I saying the name right? Has the button lock. But this one still takes the cake for me because of the crossbar, thumb studs, and the materials. I think it's more fidgety than even the Pirate Light. So I think this one's got that AR RPM 9, but the scales on this one I think are FRN, which is a fiber resin. Darn it, I can't remember. Essentially a type of plastic. Fiber reinforced nylon. That's it. That's what an FRN handle is. Fiber reinforced nylon handle. Yeah, the Mini Praxis is G10, and this is aluminum. But yeah, my favorite knives under $30. And any of these really are kind of hard to beat. Because, I mean, if you got $30 burning a hole in your pocket, there you go. Putting that back in my knife roll. Joe, how you doing? I have a full-on fidget knife. How you doing, Joe? I'm killing time, really. This one's been an odd day today. This is a slower stream today. I'll blame USPS because I didn't get my packages in. But what can you do? Still wanted to hold alive anyway because it's just fun for me to do. I enjoy talking about knives. You guys need to ask me questions though, so I know what to talk about. We've sharpened a kitchen knife earlier using my work sharpener, and it came out really well, except I found out that there is an odd nick on the edge, which if I really wanted to get rid of, I'm going to actually have to reprofile this a little bit. But I don't think it's worth the time, really. It's right now, it's perfectly usable. It's not that nick. No, I just use this. It's my kitchen knife. Just use it in the kitchen. But, so that nick doesn't really bother me. But before, it was barely cutting through the paper. Now that sucker is just slicing through like the paper wasn't even there. So we did that earlier today. I was just asking people what their favorite knife under $30 was. And my favorite is this Migaron Norsa. It used to be the Mini Praxis, and this Mini Praxis is the one that I've carried probably more than any other knife in my collection. I've carried this for a very long time. I'm trying to be careful with this kitchen knife because holy crap, that thing's sharp now. Did I bring out the case? Oh no, I didn't bring out the case. Morgan was really kind. Got me an early Christmas present. Let me, good God, I have so many cases open right now. Yipes. I've kind of blocked myself in. Maybe I can ask for your support on this. Because I don't know what I'm going to put in here yet. She was kind enough to get me an early Christmas present and got me, oh my God, I'm going to have to make some room. Let me get these out of the way. Okay, hold on. Be right back. Okay, can you guys hear me? Sorry about that. I stood up and I realized I haven't used the washroom. So I had to go use the washroom. Okay, just moving some of this stuff out of the way. And I can show you what Morgan got me. And thanks again, Morgan, if I haven't said thanks enough. There we go. She got me, oh my God, the kitchen knife almost fell. Let me put that away real quick. We gotta wash it still after all that sharpening. And in the kitchen it goes. Okay. So she got me this wall hanging display case, which I haven't even removed the protective plastic from yet. Again, really early Christmas present. Oh my God, go away. And this hangs, how would this hang? This hangs, I guess, from the top. I know it's, I don't know if I can zoom out. Oh, a little bit. There, oh my God. Oh my God. See my socks? Okay, zooms out a little bit. There we go. And it has a lock and key. And there we go. Basically some small shelves. And there's like some, like, I guess grooves cut into these. Or I can flip them over if I really wanted to. Be a great way to hold some of those knives in on display. And then this would hang on the wall. And I guess like I should take that plastic off. My difficulty is just trying to figure out what I'm going to put in here. Now, I'm trying to be careful when I open this because it's going to shove everything off my table. Ugh. There we go. Grab that Migaron that's out here. So I guess it could, I don't know how I'd even put it. Like they could sit open like this, blade up, closed.
It's big. It gives you an idea with that knife in there. This thing's huge. You did good on this one. Thank you. I just have to find a place to put it because my girlfriend is an artist. And so there's a lot of her art on the wall and I don't want to take it down. So I've got to find a good spot. Because right now, the only current spot that I have is taken up by a present that you got for me a long time ago, which was an Elden Ring like wall scroll. I could put it there, but then I don't know where I'd put the wall scroll. But yeah, I've got to decide on where I'm. Oh, I might not take the plastic off this yet because this is going to be some type of endeavor. They've got tabs holding this. They got metal tabs holding this in. I'm going to have to bend the tabs, remove the plexiglass, and then remove the. Oh, I might as well do that. I'm going to have to do it sooner or later anyway. And we got wall hanging stuff. It looks like wipes to clean down the protective. What did I call that? Oh, my brain's not working today. Not quite glass. Some keys for the locks. Yeah. Comes with everything a knife collector needs. We are going to carefully try to remove plexiglass. That's the word I was looking for. We're going to carefully try to remove the plexiglass so I can remove the protective covering on it because it's not going to do me very good if I put knives in here and then I can't see what the hell I'm looking at. Yeah, gently move all the clips one by one. I have no nails. I need a way of doing this while keeping the clips protected. Or, I mean, keeping the keeping that acrylic protected. I don't want to lever anything with a knife. Where's my pocket tool? I'm normally have on me all the whole damn time. I have so much crap. So many knives. I'm at the point of where I'm not even sure what to do with all of them. I might have to hold another sale anyway just to... Oh, here, we can use these brushes. Might have to hold another sale. Okay, these brushes aren't going to do crap. We gotta bend all these open. This is why you wanted to send it, is to watch the chaos of me dealing with it. I used to have a plastic blade, but I realized that I think I tossed it because I thought I no longer needed it. And now it's occurring to me that I shouldn't have tossed it because now I need it. Whoops. Yeah, I probably should have kept that plastic blade. But oh my god, they have a lot of tabs surrounding this thing. I wonder if I have another plastic edge that I can utilize without breaking anything. And it's occurring to me that I don't. Everything I have here is sharp and metal. So I guess I'm just gonna have to do my best with my nails. And then we will remove the plastic edge from this. Makes you giggle to see me in pain. I thought that was just for the video game channel. Okay, one more tab. Let's see if we can get this out of here now. Kinda. Kinda. Uh-huh. Ah! Oh, Jesus. Okay. Should have moved my sharpener a little bit. So now we can remove the hazy protective layer that's on this. Oh my God. I don't have the nails for this. All my nails have been ruined by pocket knives. There we go. That's one side. I never toss out anything that, but if I did that, I'd be buried in stuff. Although, yeah, in hindsight, I probably could have used that little plastic blade. It was just like it looked like a razor blade, but it was plastic. Used for like scraping things if you didn't want to leave a scratch, which would have made it perfect for this. Had I known I was going to need it. There we go. And then we'll clean it once it's back in the frame. But there we go. There's the plexiglass. And then we'll have to fit this back into. Now, the problem is getting this back into the frame because all these tabs now are wanting to scratch the crap out of this thing. I got to open them further. They've already scratched the edge. But I don't think you're going to see those scratches because there's a decent enough frame around the where the glass is going. I keep calling it glass. Close. Get in there. Got one tab giving me trouble. There we go. Two tabs giving me trouble. Stop it. Okay, now we can bend the tabs back down, and hopefully none of the tabs snap. That wasn't so bad. There we go. See, you can see my ring light and my fan. Ta-da! So now I just got to figure out what I can put in here. That's going to be the hardest part. I have a feeling I'm probably going to put a lot of my case knives in here because I've got a lot of case knives, especially like my squirrel knives. Everything squirrel, I think, is going to go in here. And yeah, screen cleaning paper. I don't know if I'm going to do that yet. I'm going to wait till I know what's going to go in there and figure out where I'm going to put it. But that's one step done, is removing that protective layer. It'll probably go back in the box. I've got some styrofoam to keep this well protected. I just got to figure out what to put in here. Now I've got to figure out how to make my... Whoa, God. How do I reset this to wherever the hell it was? There we go. I think that's where it was before. Was that originally where it was before? Hold on. No. Okay, hit this. Does it move it back to 2 point? No, that's grid lines. That doesn't help me at all. How do I put this back to... I don't know. Is that 2.2, I think? 2.1? Close enough. I think it was actually less than that even. Yeah, I'll have to figure it out later. Okay, we're going to move that out of the way. I've got to figure out what I'm going to put in here. I'm going to put this back in the box. Bubble wrap so it's nice and safe. Now that I got the protective stuff off the window. But thanks again, Morgan. That's awesome. I just got to figure out where I'm putting it and what's going inside. There we go. The Black Widow straight razor's got to, yeah, definitely the squirrel knives. Now, if you're wondering what I'm talking about, the squirrel knives, I have a collection of knives that from Case and from other companies. Like Case has had, these were limited, which is why I have them wrapped up like this. I know I have them out of the box. I still have the boxes for them. But this is a Case Sodbuster Jr. That'll probably be going in here or in that box. I've collected every squirrel knife I could possibly find. The first ones I've gotten were these Case knives. I have another one that's currently in the box that is in another box that I can't show. It's a wildlife series with an etched bone that I think was also limited to, I think, like 500, to either 250 or 500. This one is similar to that one, the Sodbuster Jr., except this is a trapper. Squirrel trapper. 2 blades. You got your typical California clip point and a spay blade. And the other wildlife knife that I have from Case is a trapper as well, in a velvet, one of their velvet jewel boxes. But it's currently buried and not in my knife case, so that's why I don't have that out right now. But I think these will go in there. And then I have a few squirrel knives that aren't made by Case. I'll show you those in a second. It's been a while since I pulled those out. But these hold special meaning to me because, well, squirrel. And it ended up to a point where I just wanted to collect everything that was like knife related, squirrel and knife related. Yes, I swaddled that knife. I can swaddle like no other. When Blue was a baby, I could turn her into a giant burrito in seconds. And I was a damn good swaddler, thank you. This one was probably my first ever Rimet knife. I know I have a concept thing on there. This was probably my first Rimet I've ever bought, and it's called the Squirrel, and it's a traditional style, yet with modern materials. So it is a slip joint knife. I believe this was M390 steel. Titanium scales, and it's like, I don't know, I forgot the description of the titanium scales on this one. I could make the tightest burrito. You have no idea. I was a swaddling champion. Hold on a second. Rimet Squirrel. Excuse me. Yeah, I had my choice of either lightning titanium, regular titanium, and this one I got was titanium. Somebody mentioned it was like oil or something finish because it fingerprints really easily. But they call it grilled blue. I don't know where they get the grilled from. But it fingerprints really easily. But when it does fingerprint, the colors change. And it even just changes when you kind of like turn it in the light. And I just thought it was really neat. But yeah, M390 blade, less than 3 inches, so it was something that I could easily carry. You got a nice midpoint stop, very, very strong slip joint, and titanium pocket clip. Now, I haven't carried this again. I do have what I call are my safe queens. These squirrel knives are kind of like my safe queens because the fact that they're squirrels, and although it doesn't have anything squirrel related imprinted on it or anything like that, it's just by name. It's called the Riat Squirrel. I don't even know why they called this one the Riat Squirrel, but this was the first Riat that I ever bought. Titanium M390 slip joint, just really, really neat. It might not be a fidgety knife, but I really like the blade shape on this one. The M390 steel is really good. It's a very solid or very strong slip joint. And the fact that it's got a mid stop on there makes it much safer. And it's a very strong midpoint too. So if I were to like close it or like too much pressure, it'll stop at that point before it's close to like, slicing a finger off. So nice, strong midpoint. Really good spring and snap to it as well. But yeah, my very first Riat. And this is when I started getting pretty impressed with how their knives were. And I think after this, I ended up getting some of their budget knives. Let me show you the entire case. For crying out loud. This case, I've gotten a few of these cases. And if you're interested in a case like this, I've got a link in the description. These are made by Casematic. Wait, hold on a second. Yeah, Casematics. I get these on Amazon. I've got a few of these cases. I'm going to need a few more. This case houses, like, I'm trying to separate them depending on the number of knives I have. This case houses my Riat, my Concept, my Bestech. I have a few Vosteeds, and some of my higher end and more, I guess you could say, to me, my more precious knives. Like, for example, now these I do carry on occasion. These are two of my favorite knives in my collection, and they are the Kershaw Bel Airs. I just think that these are some of the best knives you can get for the money if you don't mind spending about $150, because they're aluminum scale, crossbar lock, thumb stud, Magna Cut steel, which is probably my favorite steel for a pocket knife. And I like these because the steel's traits overall are well balanced in terms of corrosion, edge retention, toughness, ability to sharpen. Did I say corrosion resistance? I might have said that already. Super fidgety knives. I liked the Kershaw Bel Air so much when I got, this is the first one I got. I liked it so much that I had to get a second one. And that's where I got the anodized blue version. And they've since expanded their lineup with different blade styles. This is my favorite one, is their original, they call it a reverse tanto. It's kind of like a sheep's foot or modified sheep's foot. This is my favorite blade shape, so I haven't felt the desire to get any of the newer blade shapes. Like they got a clip point, I think, was one of their new ones. And just some new colors and new handle materials. I really like the aluminum, so I haven't gotten any of the new ones because I haven't felt the need to get any of the new ones. But yeah, this case houses some of my more expensive ones. Not all of them are expensive, but the Riats and Concepts and the Bestechs in general just tend to be some of the more expensive knives in my collection. I do have some lesser expensive knives in here that are really nice.
that I like for example, the Vostides. I've got the Vostede Raccoon. Another favorite, the Porcupine, which I've carried quite often as well. It's just a great blade shape. I really fell in love with their top liner locks. And then another becoming favorite of mine to carry from Vostede, this is the Croc. I really like this type of blade shape, the sheep's foot blade shape. And it also has their top liner lock and a front flipper as well as the thumb holes. This one is one of my more recent acquisitions. And it's pretty inexpensive in comparison. I'm trying to remember how much this one was, but I believe it was like under 60. Here are the Trivisas. The reason why I have the Trivisas in here is because they're a sister company to Concept, which I'm going to have to redo some of these rows because they're starting to blend in. Like this row is all Riat, and then this one's a Riat. Then I have an empty space here. Everything from here is Concept, and then 2 Trivisas. Then I've got Bestecs over here. These are my serialized Bestecs that I've got from Chasing Blades. They do not make these anymore. This is this was a first production model Bestec. 39 out of 100. I don't know if you can read that there. 39 out of 100. And if Dustin Case is still on here, you'd recognize some of these. This is the Dolphin from Bestec. Chasing Blades has a few more of these with a different color, with different color scales. They're titanium, like blue and gray, which look absolutely gorgeous. But the reason why I got this one, this gold, this retro gold and green, is because this is one of their limited also. And I believe it's limited in the colorway. This one was number 14 out of 50. So you can't really get these anymore unless you're lucky enough to find somebody that wants to sell theirs. I still believe they have, I mean, it's still easier to get a hold of the other, like the titanium blue or gray ones. And I think they even have a purple one. But I believe those are out of production as well. They might be easier to get, but they're still becoming a rarity now. So these are some of my favorite Bestecs. These are Bestec Men or Bestec Man knives, the cicada wings, and I just have them there because the Bestec Man is like Bestec's budget line. Really fidgety knives. These cicada wings are probably the most popular knives I've ever seen on Whatnot. Nearly every knife seller that sells modern knives, I always see somebody in their show asking if they have any cicada wings. Because they're super inexpensive. They're super fidgety. I remember, I think they're like around 40 to 50 bucks. They're not super expensive at all. But they're really good knives. 10CR15 MOV steel. I believe G10 scales with a partial steel liner. Reversible deep carry pocket clip. And really light, really fidgety. I love the blade shape. A little on the longer side, and they do come in a variety of colors. Like I've got this light blue with a black blade, and I was playing around with a black handle with a red blade earlier. There you go. Really fun, inexpensive, very well made budget knives. But again, they're a sister company to Bestec. It's their budget line. This one's actually a Bestec. I don't know if this is a Bestec Man or a Bestec. This one was one that I did a video on recently. I think it was called the Lanza. It's kind of like a gentleman or a CEO knife. Really thin profile. Bestec is another manufacturer that I've gotten a really big liking to. Their higher end, their blades have been amazingly smooth and they look fantastic in my opinion. Good materials, good craftsmanship, good quality control. Yeah. I mean, I saw these on Chasing Blade's table, and it was one of those I had to get my hands on. In fact, this one that he had one before of these, and somebody else had bought it, and I thought that I had missed out. And then he got a second one, and as soon as I saw him get on it or get it on his table, I had to have it. Oh, it's S35 VN steel on this. Are they both S35? I thought some of them were M390. Oh, they're S35 VN. Yeah, S35 VN steel, premium steel on these. So I lucked out in even getting this one. So I thought I missed out. I got lucky, or he felt bad for me and tried to get another one. But yeah, Riat has become a big favorite. Concept, Bestech have become big favorites of mine. Other knives that I have in here that well, this one is kind of an oddball. I think I just put it in here because I needed a place to put it. This one's another DreamTech rear flipper, except it's got a pivot button lock, which I thought was really neat. So it's another one of those mysterious ones, although this one I was able to find information on. Unlike the other DreamTech, I was having a hard time finding any information on it. This one I was actually able to look up. Now, I don't know the part number currently, unless they oh no, they do have it on here. This one I was able to find some information on, although, oh, this is the one I was talking about. Okay, I was mixing things up. So when I looked up information on this particular DreamTech, and this is why I'm questioning who DreamTech is, who does their stuff, or whether, they're the OEM, etc., etc. Now, they do have a part number here. This one's D43389 is the part number, D4389. Excuse me. But when I looked this one up, they show a similar knife, except they say it's D2 steel. Now, this is G10 with a carbon fiber overlay, so it's not true carbon fiber, but G10 with a carbon fiber overlay, and they state D2 steel. However, this one says VG10 steel, or it says VG10, which is an entirely different steel than D2. And VG10 is a stainless steel. I think it's a Japanese steel, if I remember correctly. So again, I'm a little confused because the part number doesn't line up with what I see online. Or at least the VG10 doesn't line up with information I see online. So I don't know if this is actually VG10. I would assume it's VG10 because that's what's stamped on the blade. And maybe this is just like an offshoot design or a version that they no longer make. I really need to do a little bit more digging into DreamTech because I'm really confused about what's going on over there. Other knives I have in here are Cobra Tech. This one is their hidden release trapper. And I thought, first of all, it's their abalone, which I think is absolutely gorgeous. Colors that they have on the abalone. But the cool thing about this one, first of all, it looks like a traditional knife. Except it has a pocket clip on it. But first looks, it looks like any other traditional knife, except you don't see a nail nick on there. And the way you use this knife is, as it said in the name, hidden release trapper. And it's an automatic. And the way that works is there is a portion of this bolster that you can slide. And that releases the blade so that it can fly right out. Now, to close the blade, you do the same thing. Take your thumb, you pull back, and you can see the bolster move. That releases the blade, so you can close it, and then it locks the blade in place. Then to release again, you just push on that bolster, the top half of it, and pop, blade is out. One of my favorite blades from Corvid. There's other they have other automatics that I do want to get my hands on. I got my hands on a Corvid OTF pen, which is on my desk because I use it actually regularly as a pen. But it's got a neat automatic blade in there that probably should lock. Little locking mechanism so it doesn't pop out on accident. But a really great pen. So I've been using this a lot and carrying it with me a lot. But this one is one of my favorites from them. I just love the color. They have various different versions. Like they got buffalo horn, they have G10, they have a stag handled one, they have, I think it's a rosewood, and they have various different materials. Like I said, those materials, they have different materials for the blade. This one should be this one's a 154 cm. They also have a D2 steel version, which runs a little bit less because I think this was like around $130 on Unwavering Blades website, which is owned by Chasing Blades. Or I mean, Unwavering Endeavors website. I'm sorry, unwaveringendeavors.com. That's owned by Chasing Blades. And that's where I got this one. I believe it was like 130 for this. I could be wrong. Don't quote me. Check the website out, unwaveringendeavors.com. The D2 versions are a little less. I think they're under $100 for one of the D2 versions. I'd have to look again. But really cool automatic knife. Freaking love these. I have a problem. This one's just a nice 6.5 bone stag case trapper that for some odd reason I decided to take out of the box, keep out of the box because I've carried this on occasion. It's just a beautiful example of a 6.5 bone stag. So it's basically bone scales made to look like stag. And I think the version I got is absolutely beautiful. And from what I've been hearing, a lot of people say that's kind of hit or miss. You know, sometimes they make the bone stags look really great. Some people don't like them. I think they did a fantastic job on this one. I really like the 6.5 bone stag. In fact, I believe it's probably one of their more popular ones because I hear people ask about 6.5 bone stags a lot. What's your traditional trapper? Except I believe this one has a Wharncliffe variant. So you have your California clip point, and yep, you have a Wharncliffe blade as your secondary as opposed to the Spay blade, which I also thought was really neat because I do like Wharncliffe blades. So this one I have carried with me on occasion. Which is why it's in this case. A lot of the knives in this case are my more expensive knives, but they are also knives that I will use relatively often. This is the only QSP knife I have in this case. It's another one that's abalone. Hey, Seal, how you doing? Wish you could have autos in Canada. We can have them here. The problem with autos is a lot of the laws vary from state to state. I'm lucky in my state in the US because we can get automatic knives, but we can't generally carry them. You can carry them in my state if you have a concealed carry license, which I do have. So I still have to abide by length restrictions, but something like this I can carry on me because I have a concealed carry license. So this I can carry. I believe, I can't remember the length on this one. This one I think I can carry as well. I do have some others. Some are too long for me to technically carry, so I don't, but I can still own them. So I'm kind of lucky in that regard. But yeah, it varies from state to state. That's one of the reasons why they don't sell automatics on Whatnot, is I think because of so many varying laws, Whatnot just doesn't want to be liable for any issues. So that's why they're not allowed to sell automatics on Whatnot. Now, I did get this from a Whatnot seller, but not from Whatnot. The Whatnot seller has their own website storefront, and you can buy automatics from their website storefront, and that's how I got this one. Excuse me. That's how I got that knife. And I've got a few others. I've got Tecto Automatic, which is too big technically for me to carry. I've got some from another Whatnot seller from their website. Actually, I was given to them, or I was given them, or they were given to me by them because I met them face to face personally. Titan knives. I got one from them, or a couple from them. And I have a few others they're all in different cases though. This one I was showing, this one's not an automatic knife. This is from QSP. This is the reason why it's in here. It's one of their pricier knives from QSP. This is their Dolphin. For some odd reason, I have a lot of knives with the name Dolphin. Anyway, this is their Dolphin knife, and I just thought that this one was absolutely beautiful. Again, with the abalone. Abalone tends to make things a lot pricier if they're true abalone. And this one also has a very fantastic mirror edge to them. So, it needs to be wiped down. You just started knife collecting. Oh, cool. You gotta let me know what kind of knives you've got in your collection. I've been collecting for a long while, which is why I have so many. I've actually sold quite a few, but I've been collecting much longer than I've had a YouTube channel. The YouTube channel I just recently started. I just thought it'd be a fun way to talk to people about knives, share my collection, just have fun. I'm having fun here. But yeah, this is the QSP Dolphin. It doesn't have a pocket clip. In fact, I had to buy this separate. If I wanted to carry this one around, they sell this for, I think it was $15. It's a pocket clipped leather slip case made pretty much specifically for the Dolphin. I finally picked it up. It's a soft leather. It just sort of, I don't even know how you'd carry it. Just slips right in there. Like so. So if I wanted to carry this in my pocket, actually I'd probably go like this. If I wanted to carry this in my pocket, I can carry it this way. This will protect the knife from anything that might be in my pocket that, that can scratch it. Because this, again, doesn't have its own pocket clip. So yeah, I picked one of those up. And these come in like 2 or 3 different colors. But another knife that's one of my favorites from QSP, I've been really impressed with their quality as well. And it's the handle looks odd, but it's really actually quite comfortable. It reminds me of the lightsaber that Count Dooku's lightsaber. The curve at the end of them. Oh yeah, Morgan's bought a few of mine. I haven't done a Whatnot show or auction in a while, because I'm not a distributor. I'm just a collector. I don't get any special pricing or anything like that. Every knife I have in my collection, I've bought with my own money, with the exception of maybe if I won them in a giveaway or something like that. I don't have any sponsors or anything like that. I wouldn't mind having a sponsor. I'm not going to lie. I mean, if somebody wants to sponsor me, awesome. Thumbs up to that. But otherwise, yeah, everything I bought in my collection, I paid for with my own money. But this case in itself has some of my pricier knives and some of my more interesting knives. Like, again, this is probably the priciest one in my collection that I was showing earlier, the Two-Face from Riat. Retail, I think, was around $260. I think $265 on sale, but otherwise like nearly $300. Probably the priciest one. This one is cool. This one's concept. I did a video on this one before. Another thing I like collecting are knives with interesting locking mechanisms, or just interesting mechanisms in general. And this is one from Concept that has what they call their Bali lock. So as opposed to a, you notice there's no thumb stud, there's no thumb hole, there's no nail nick to open the blade, but you have this weird bar in the back. And they call it the Bali lock because I guess they call it a Bali lock because it resembles a balisong. And the way this one works is, or at least the way I do it, because I've seen people do tricks with this knife. I'm not about to do any tricks with this knife because I don't want to lose a finger. I like my fingers where they are. So the way I open this knife is relatively basic. Oh, thank you, Fat Seal. I appreciate it. You got to let me know what, some of the stuff that you have or you started collecting, or what do you like in terms of collecting knives. I tend to have a tendency to collect anything that just catches my eye, which I'm really trying to cut down on. And that's why I sold a lot of my knives. I'm trying to condense stuff to very particular things. One of which is like interesting locking mechanisms. The way this one works is to open the knife. The way I do it is I'll pinch this bar between my thumb and middle finger, and then I'll place my forefinger on the back, kind of like leverage. And what you do to unlock the blade is you move the bar out, and that releases the blade, so you can flick the blade out. And then when you press the bar back in, that locks the blade in place. And it's a really nice, chunky blade. This one is an S35 VN steel. Really good finger choil on it. It's actually very ergonomic. And it's a very solid locking mechanism, because the way that this works, especially when you're using the knife, you can't unlock the blade unless you move this bar, again, out of the way. And you have to move it a certain distance, otherwise it won't close. Like, for example, if I only move it like a little bit this far, the blade still won't close. I have to move it a certain distance before that blade fully releases, and then I can close it. But what makes this just so secure in my eyes is, as you're using it, you're already kind of holding that bar in place. Now, the bar is held in place by a detent, so it's not just going to fall out. You have to pull on that bar. But when you're using the knife, your hand is already kind of like securely keeping the bar in place, so it's not going to accidentally fly down, snap off, and cut you. So regardless of the hold, that bar is not moving. So in my opinion, very secure lock, a very interesting locking mechanism. Something I've never seen before. Something like this catches my eye, and these are the type of things I'll gravitate towards when I'm collecting, is, interesting locking mechanisms. I have other ones that are very interesting. You've got Cold Steel's Tri-Lock, you've got you got Demco's Scorpion Lock, another neat locking mechanism. But I just think these are really neat. You've got CRKT Redemption recently, and function similar. Yeah, okay, function similar to a gravity knife. You just pull the crossbar and flick your wrist. Yeah, there's a lot of these that technically you can conceivably call gravity knives. They're not gravity knives in the sense of your typical gravity knife. Like, let me give an example here. Meteor. This is a Riat Meteor. Now, you got your thumb studs. It's a top liner lock. Or, no, it's not a top liner lock. It's a frame lock. But the interesting thing about this frame lock is you can use it like a regular frame lock, pushing it off to the side with your thumb. Or you can use this button in back. And the button moves the frame lock out of the way. And you don't have to put your finger in front of in the path of a moving blade. But if you were to hold the button down, it kind of acts like a gravity knife, sort of. Because then you can just flick it out. Same thing with a lot of crossbar locks. Where's a crossbar lock? Oh, my Kershaw Bel Air, which has they call it a Duralock, but it's essentially a crossbar lock. And again, if you pull down on the lock, it kind of acts sort of like a gravity knife. It's not spring assisted, but gravity can take it. Now, traditionally, a gravity knife, most gravity knives, like I guess you can say true gravity knives that I've seen, You open the locking mechanism, and then you allow the knife to slide out. Some of them are OTF, some are, they have different styles, but that was what most people consider a gravity knife to be. I'm trying to remember who makes that particular. I'd like to say Ramet makes a few. I could be wrong. I don't have any. Gravity knives are probably one of the most regulated knives in the state, which I think is kind of ridiculous. I think a lot of like automatics, for example, like the restrictions on automatic knives, the restrictions on gravity knives. I can understand the restriction on ballistic knives, which I think are pretty much restricted almost across the board for the most part. I think some states you can still legally obtain or own them. But when it comes to, hey, Robert, how you doing? Oh, Riat, thank you very much, Robert. Riat makes a bunch of gravity knives. Look up REATE, what he said, and you'll see a good example of what most people consider to be like your true gravity knife. But I can understand the restriction on ballistic knives to an extent, because it's a knife that the blade can literally shoot out. That's why they call them ballistic knives. But I think personally, gravity knives and automatic knives, I think the restriction on those are pretty silly. And the reason why I think they're pretty silly, and I can use almost any knife here as an example, I'll be honest. Alexa, shut up. Good grief. Really? Alexa, stop timer. Thank you. Good grief. Okay. The reason why I think gravity knife, the restriction on gravity knives and automatic knives are silly is because we'll take this porcupine, for example. How fast was that? Pick up the knife. How quick is that? And I've got other knives that are even quicker. Well, like one of my favorite knives, actually a really inexpensive knife, yet still one of my favorite. Oh my God, I've got so many knives that I've taken out of their cases I haven't put back. To drive myself insane. Ugh. Hold on, let me put some of these back. Okay, that can go in. Good God, am I missing a knife? Yep. I don't know where I put that one. Oops. Oh well. Is that? Yeah, that's really? Okay. I don't know where one of my other knives went. It's somewhere. Anyway, okay. Back to what I was talking about. Like this knife. This is a QSP Canary. How fast was that? And this is why I think automatic restrictions on automatic knives and restrictions on gravity knives are just plain silly, because a lot of these standard pocket knives are just as fast, if not faster, than some of the automatic knives that I own. Like case in point, QSP is some of the quickest knives I've ever seen in regards to pocket knives, and QSP is great with how fast the action is on their knives compared to here's that Cobra Tech again. This one didn't seem any faster than that QSP. In fact, to be quite honest, I think the QSP was even faster than this. In all honesty. That QSP knife that was just a thumb stud was just as fast, if not faster, than this automatic. So yeah, I think that those regulations are kind of, I don't understand them. I think they were just, I think a lot of those laws were made in conjunction when like switchblades became a thing, became a popular thing. Excuse me.
And I don't know if they just weren't like looked at again and reconsidered, because really they're kind of, I personally think they're pretty silly in regards to, when I've got so many knives that I can flick out just as fast as any of my automatics. It just makes that loss seem so silly to me. I'm trying to figure out where my other automatics are. I've got a couple out the front. These I got from Titan Knives. These were actually gifts. These I've carried on occasion because, again, I have a concealed carry. And these are both within the size restrictions. I'm not the biggest fan of serrated, but I mean, I'm not going to complain. And this one's kind of cool because it's a Damascus steel blade on an OTF. But I mean, yeah, these can be pretty quick. But I'll be honest, I mean, these aren't much faster. I mean, they're not much faster than, this one's an old one, or old model. This one's a Riat Model 1. I mean, tell me that wasn't quick. And the funny thing is, this isn't even on bearings. This is running on washers at the pivot, and probably one of the best knives out there for just overall general use. This has been a widely popular knife for a very long time. The Ontario knife company Riat, and this is the Model 1. I have the Model 1. I also, because this one tends to be a longer blade than what I can carry, I just wanted a Model 1 because it's just a cool knife. But so that way I can carry one with me, and I've carried this one on occasion. I've got a Model 2, which is essentially the exact same knife, just a smaller format. But super fast. Like, really, why? It makes some of those restrictions seem really kind of, I don't know. Oh, there goes. I'm cracking my nail. My nail is not going to survive. This is one of the hazards to being a knife collector, is your nails are soon going to disappear, get all cracked, silly. Yeah, when you have knives like that, or assisted knives, I don't see I just think that law or those regulations are really, at that point, just really silly. I don't know what they were trying to accomplish with that, to be honest. But yeah, these are probably some of my favorite knives. I'm not saying that these are my only favorite knives. I've obviously got plenty of them. This is probably, right now, this one is probably my utmost favorite knife, if I can put that title on any of them. Again, a lot of these knives, not just in this case, nearly every knife I own is a favorite of mine. Otherwise, I wouldn't get it. But this is the only other knife that I have in Magna Cut steel, other than my Kershaw Bel Airs. This one is made by Concept. I just love the look of this one. I love the fact that it's a Magna Cut steel blade, and it's a very chunky bit of Magna Cut steel. Like, compared to the Bel Air, that is a chunky blade. Hey, Super Dad, how you doing? You just received your Black Tonto Max Ace Uranus today? Ooh, I don't have a Max Ace. I've heard a lot. I've heard a lot of Max Ace. I'm gonna have to take a look. There's a lot of manufacturers I obviously don't own. Again, I buy all my knives unless I win them. So I'm not the richest guy in the world, and because of this, I probably will never be, because a lot of my money goes to this stuff. But yeah, this is where most of my money goes into. But yeah, this I mean, look, the thickness of this blade in comparison to the Bel Air, the size of this sheep's foot is massive.
And I love the look. This is probably my favorite knife out of the bunch. It's not as quick as the Bel Air. The Bel Air is super fast on its deployment. This is a little slower, but I think it's because this blade is so chunky. But I love the blade shape on this. And it's a size that I can carry. It's even a shorter blade than the Bel Air. So in terms of like those goofy restrictions, this fits it right in. No issue. Yeah, I'll have to take a closer look at Max Ace. I've heard of them before. I just never picked one up. I've been super distracted by like Concept and Remet recently. I've been super impressed with Concept and Remet. That I've gotten a lot of my latest knives have been from Concept and Remet, as well as Best Tech. I think Best Tech has been making some absolutely killer knives. Even some of the budget lines, like Remet's budget line. This is the Remet Wild Species. And this is a budget knife for them. If I remember correctly, this is like under $50. But an amazing knife. 14C 28N. Nice, chunky, ergonomic handle. Liner lock. Very quick deployment with the thumb studs. It's even got a front flipper. On this one, I kind of prefer the thumb studs though, because the front flipper is a little kind of like, it's like far out there, I guess you could say, as opposed to being really close to the pivot. But those thumb studs, bam, nice quick deployment. I liked it so much I got another version. This is a Blade City exclusive. This was a limited series that was made between Remet and Blade City. You can see the Blade City logo on the pivot, and they did theirs in a copper carbon fiber scale, which I fell in love with. Any knife standards? Not that. Hey, Billy Ray, welcome, by the way. I'm not sure what you mean by knife standards. I've been collecting for a while, but to be quite honest, I never really dived that deep into detail until relatively recently. When I first started collecting years ago, it was basically just what looked pretty to me. You know what I mean? I think that's how a lot of people start when it comes to like collecting knives, is what looks pretty. And that's how I started. I started by collecting whatever looked really pretty to me. And then as I grew older and as I got more and more into collecting, I started learning more about metallurgy. I don't want to paint myself as like a metal snob. I do have favorites when it comes to metals, but I'm also well aware that most people from day to day are probably never going to notice a difference between metals. They're very rarely going to notice any differences. So I understand that. And even though I understand, I do still have my favorites. Like, for example, for under $100, I really like 14C28N or Nitro V. For your premium steels, Magna Cut is probably my favorite, alongside like S35VN steel, things like that. So I do have my favorites, but I do have an understanding that most people aren't going to really tell a difference. And just recently, like I've had a few in the past, but just this last year, really the last like several months, I've gotten really into collecting traditional knives. I started off collecting a lot of Rough Riders. I think, is that what you're referring to by standards? Rough Riders? Because I have like a box full of Rough Riders. I've actually had to sell a good deal of my collection because they started overflowing from my closet. And I started concentrating in very specific patterns. Like now I'm sticking to, like in this case, this is a case knife, and I've been collecting a lot of case knives lately. This one is a Warncliffe variant trapper. Trappers are some of my favorite patterns when it comes to traditional knives, except this one has a Warncliffe instead of a spade blade. I like doctor's knives. And when I say like trappers, I like trappers, mini trappers, tiny trappers. I just like this type of dual blade knife. And the doctor's knives, baby doctors or baby docs, I really, really like. Sodbuster Juniors. Those I've been kind of concentrating on. Like my girlfriend got me this one. I carry with me every day because it was a present to me from my girlfriend. This one is my case, pocket worn Mediterranean blue peach seed jig Sodbuster Junior. Good God, I'm surprised I even remembered all that. But this one I carry with me every day because it was a present to me from my girlfriend. Absolutely beautiful Sodbuster Junior. I've got other color variants like the green apple's a favorite of mine. I recently got a rust lock in this color, and I have a mini trapper on its way to me. Or is it a mini or a tiny trapper? And I've got a few other different patterns. I just really like the trapper variants, mini docs, or baby docs, I'm sorry. Trappers, baby docs, and Sodbuster Juniors. I have other patterns like Rough Rider, cotton samplers, Rough Rider, razors, and stuff like that. But I've started cutting those down because I realized they're too easy for me to start grabbing them by the bunch. Oh, I appreciate it, Super Dad. Thank you. I kind of went overboard. So I actually held an auction some time ago and started selling off a lot of those Rough Riders that I decided, I wanted to concentrate on very specific ones like those trappers, for example, and started selling off a lot of my other, I guess you could say, odd ones like the cotton samplers, the hawk bills, things like that. I still have some. I keep some just to have an example of those types of knives, but I don't have as many anymore. I've been getting more of these, more Sodbuster Juniors, more trappers, mini docs. Oh, baby docs. I keep saying mini docs. Baby docs. Baby docs are no longer going to be made as of the end of this year, which is why I've been snapping up a lot of baby docs. I showed this one earlier in the stream. Case is going to be putting the baby doc pattern into the vault, which means they're retiring this pattern. They might bring it out again in the future, but I've been collecting quite a lot of these baby docs. Little doctor's knives. You got your pen blade and a spatula, which is typical for a doctor's knife. This one is an amber bone peach seed jig baby doc. And I just love these knives. Unsharpened spatula for mixing, counting pills, whatever. Little pen blade. I just love the shape and the utility of these knives. And since they're no longer going to be making them by the end of the year, I decided to snap as many of these that I can up. And I've got maybe 5 of these different types. I've got like a limited edition blue gator jig. I've got I think a Mediterranean blue version. And I got this one. I got one other that I just can't remember at the moment. Oh, with black curly oak. So yeah, 4, maybe 5 of these now. But these are I just really fell in love with case knives. And I haven't really started collecting these until, relatively recently, like this year. Your favorite knife is your cheapest one, a Lightning OTF you bought at a flea market. Yeah, you know what? It doesn't. The funny thing is, cost doesn't matter. It's what you have a special connection to. And for the longest time, like I said, this one, that case knife, that Mediterranean blue one, this is a favorite of mine. I will always carry this on me because of what it means to me. A gift from my girlfriend. One of my favorite ones to carry, I just showed earlier today, is this one because it's only $30. D2 steel, crossbar lock, thumb studs, the Migaron Norsa for under $30. Aluminum scales.
That's just a crazy price for a very, very good knife. And if something were to happen to this, I'm not gonna, it's not gonna kill me because I can get another one for about $30. It might be a little harder to get now, but so price to me really doesn't mean anything. If I'm gonna get a knife, it's because, and it's the same thing with a pricey knife. I got some of my most expensive knives not because I wanted something that was pricey that I could show off. It had something about the knife that really intrigued me and was enough for me to really want it regardless of the price. Obviously, my bank account is the most limiting factor. Thankfully I've got decent credit, which might be hurting now. I may have some of these on credit. Can you blame me? But yeah, I never really considered cost as a thing for a knife. Yeah, I make a point to show, yeah, that's probably the most expensive knife I have in my collection, but that's just because it's the most expensive knife I have in my collection. I normally don't go out of my way to get knives like that unless they have something special about them that really intrigues me. Like, for example, the Two-Face. This is the one I was saying was probably the most expensive one that's in my collection. And the reason why it intrigued me was because I love the blade shape, I love the handle shape, the compound blade, the fact that it's also one from one of my favorite designers, Osho, and that you can move the rear flipper and change it to a front flipper, which I'm a fan of front flippers. So I thought that was really neat. Do I have any ram's horn knives? I have one, which is currently tucked away in a box. And I believe it's from Frost Cutlery, so it's not a very expensive one. Unfortunately, it's also buried. A lot of my Rough Rider and Frost Cutlery knives are kind of buried in boxes. I'm trying to figure out the best way to organize a lot of my collection. Lately, I've been using these cases. This is made by Casematics. I've got a few of these cases. They house mostly my modern knives. Most of my traditional knives are still in boxes because I'm trying to figure out the best way to store those. Again, I just started collecting traditional knives relatively recently, so I don't really have an effective way of displaying those in my collection. Morgan was kind enough to send me a neat wall display that I have to figure out where I'm going to put, and then I'll probably put a good deal of my traditional knives, like I was showing my squirrel knives. I have a bunch of squirrel knives from Case, like the synthetic, for example. I've got this in a trapper as well. I'll probably be putting that in the display. I have other squirrel knives that'll be going on display. That vintage Case Hunter, I'll probably put in there as well because I have a Case Hunter that was born the same year that I was born, that I got kind of recently. That was this one here. Oh, and I didn't show the other squirrel knives. Like this knife, it's a vintage Case. This was born the same year. I'm not going to tell you what year. You're welcome to guess what year. I like it makes me giggle when people try to guess. But if you want to know what year this knife was made, there you go. There's the etching. That's some fuzz from my cleaning cloth. So let me get a good close-up look. So if you want to know the age of this blade or this case, there you go. Because they have a coding system when it comes to dating their knives. And if you know the coding system, which isn't really a big secret, if you know the coding system, you can tell what year this was born. So there you go. But yeah, this one was born the same year I was. So that was just one. I had to get it. I was lucky enough to find somebody that got it. Actually, it was my favorite whatnot seller, Chasing Blades, that happened to have one in their collection. And he was very kind to part with it because it was part of his personal collection. So I was very lucky to get my hands on that one. Other squirrel blades that I have, where did I put them? I know I put them. I put them somewhere because I was trying to reorganize a lot of those knives, and I just realized I don't know where I put the squirrel blades. Crap! I know I put them somewhere, and I can't remember where I put them. So I was gonna put them in that display case, and now I don't know what I did with them. They probably fell somewhere in a box. I wouldn't doubt it. Because right now, when I was preparing all this stuff, I sort of made a mess, to put it simply. So I don't know where those blades just went. Great. I have no idea where I put two of my most unique pocket knives for whatever reason. Okay, which means I'm going to have to dig around for it because I don't know what I did with it. I just dropped another one. Oh, there you are. That away. And yeah, I don't know what I did with it. I put it somewhere. I can't remember where. I'll find it eventually. Oh, have a good night, Super Dad. Thanks for coming by. Appreciate it. You have 15 credit on Whatnot, but they don't sell. Yeah, they won't sell autos on Whatnot. You'll have to get them from. A lot of them have their own individual website, like Unwavering Endeavors. I would suggest going over there. They have some really cool Cobra Techs if you're looking for an automatic. But you have a good one. Thanks for coming by. We're actually reaching about the end because I just realized what time it was. And even I wasn't paying attention at the time. But I'm glad you guys came in and we can talk knives for a little bit. I know I didn't do as much unboxing as I did the last few weeks. And hopefully next week, because like I said before, I've got a lot more knives coming in next week that the only reason why I didn't have them or, I didn't have much to unbox this week is because everything was delayed. So they should be here sometime next week. Alexa, shut up. Good grief. I hate that thing. Okay. So, yeah, I don't know what to do with the squirrel knife. I put them aside, and then I completely forgot where I put them aside. That's how my brain works. I went to go put them aside somewhere, and I completely forgot where I put them aside to. Normally, I have them really close by. But I know I meant to, do something with them. And because I meant to do something with them, I moved them. Now I can't remember where the hell I moved them to. Let me start putting some of this stuff away before I completely forgot where everything is. I have a feeling they just fell somewhere. And it's just a matter of me clearing up my mess, and then they'll be right there in front of my face. But oh well. Oh, thank you for the sub, by the way. I didn't say that earlier. Okay, so I think that's pretty much going to be it. Now, like I said, next week, I'm going to do another live. This one was a little odd. In fact, this ran longer than I expected. Next week, I'm going to have plenty of new knives that were delayed and some interesting stuff, I hope, coming in. So, yeah, we will do another live Saturday at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. So if you want to check out the new knives for next week, do tune in then. I'll put another, I'll set it up early so that way you can get a notification, or you can favorite it and then get a notification for when that show begins. Again, I normally stream on this channel at 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. So just to give you an idea, just in case. Wow, I have a lot of junk everywhere. I'm going to have to do a lot of cleaning. I've realized I am a messy, messy boy. Holy crap. Where did I put those knives? I knew I wanted to put them somewhere. Oh, well. Yeah, that's garbage. That's garbage. I got a lot of garbage around here, too. Oh, crap. I like to keep cloths in with a case, so I know I have something to clean stuff with. Those need to go in there. But yeah, so we will do another live show next week, Saturday, 2 p.m. Central Standard Time. Thank you guys so much for joining me. Hope you guys had fun watching. A lot of the stuff that I have, like my sharpener, the cases, other stuff, other supplies, like, for example, the pivot oils that I use, things like that, I do have in the description below through Amazon affiliate links. So if you want to support my channel, you can check out a lot of the stuff there. And if you purchase using my links, I do get a little back from Amazon. So every little bit helps. Especially like I said, I pay for all my stuff on my own. In fact, for a lot of these things, if it weren't for the support of you guys, I might not have quite a few of what I've got now. So thank you guys so much for all the support. It's been absolutely amazing, and this has been super fun. I'm really enjoying doing this. I hope you guys are enjoying too. So thanks again so much for being here. Thanks for your support. And like I said, I hope you guys are just having fun. But let me know what you guys think, what you guys like to collect in the comments below. If you're just watching the VOD of this, are there brands that you really enjoy collecting, brands that you swear by? Because that's how I learn about new things, is a lot of times it's word of mouth. I learn of new manufacturers or manufacturers that I haven't tried before from you guys. Different knives that I may have never seen before, because I don't really make conventions or anything like that. So like knife shows and stuff, unfortunately, I don't really get out to those. So really a lot of the knives that you see me or a lot of the knives that I learn about is just from you guys alone, talking about and sharing that information with me. That's how I learn. So thanks for that. I really appreciate that. I don't have, King's you like, so yeah, Civivi. I have a lot of Civivi. They were one of my first, those were most of my first knives that I've collected. And Civivi, Kaiser, my two favorites I've shown before. I have two favorite knives I have are Kershaw Bel Airs. One of my favorite Civivis is an Elementum 2 done in Damascus. Button lock with a gold and black shredded carbon fiber. I've got a lot of Civivis. I've done quite a few videos on these. But yeah, I started a lot of my collection with Civivi knives and Kaiser knives. Baron Sun, Vosteed, who else? Migaron, QSP, Concept, Remet, Best Tech. Good grief. I might have a problem. I might have a serious problem here. This is how much I like the Kershaw Bel Air. I had to buy two because I liked them so much. But okay, I gotta go get dinner prepared because I know my girlfriend's gonna get hungry. We got spaghetti. So thanks again for watching. Hope you guys had fun. Go check out all my other videos. Normally, I don't do lives except on Saturday, like today. Normally, I just do videos. I thought the lives would be a fun thing to do, and then I like doing it so much that I've just kept doing a live on Saturday. I love chatting with you guys. So again, tune in next week on Saturday, and I'll have quite a few more knives to show you guys. Some new stuff to add to the collection. So yeah, make sure you favorite, you subscribe, all that fun stuff. And I will see you again next week. Yeah, I've got a few iridiums too. Those are great. QSB Ontario. I don't have a brazen. I want a brazen. I don't need a brazen, but now I want a brazen. Okay, I don't have a way to end this because I still haven't made a closing to my stream. So I'm just going to abruptly end it. I've got to figure out what the hell I did with my squirrel knives, because that's going to bug me. But yeah, that's going to be it. I got to go cook dinner. Thanks again, guys. You guys have been amazing. Hope to see you guys next week, and hope to see you guys in the next video. So thanks again, everybody. Have a good one. And bye-bye. I'm just going to end it because I don't have a closing yet, because I've been busy. I still got to work on making an ending. It'll happen soon, eventually, at some point. I don't know when. Maybe I can get Morgan to work on it for me. Have a good one, guys. Yeah, you, Morgan. Have a good one. See you guys again next time. Bye.